Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the International Conference on Enhancing Art Science in the Age of Sustainability, Art Science Solutions for Planetary Health. I am Shahnas, your MC for the day. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have been graced by His Rahmah to gather again this morning in this momentous event organized by University Malaya Center for Civilization and Dialogue, UMCCD, Institute for Advanced Studies, and Azman Hashim Chair of Music, Institute for Advanced Studies, University Malaya. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will now begin our first session for the day. Our moderator for today is Yang Bersaha, Dr. Asmawati Muhammad, Deputy Director, University Malaya Center for Civilization and Dialogue, UMCCD. Dr. Asmawati Muhammad is a Senior Lecturer in Applied Science with Islamic Studies program at the Academy of Islamic Studies, University Malaya. She is currently the Deputy Director at the University Malaya Center for Civilization and Dialogue. She obtained her PhD degree in Quran and Sunnah Studies from the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, in 2014. Her research interest in Islam and sustainability science has been evolving since she wrote her PhD thesis titled Abatement and Control of Environmental Degradation, the Quranic Paradigm. Since 2016, she has been leading the Green Mosque project at the Academy of Islamic Studies, University Malaya, under the auspice of the University Malaya Community and Sustainability Center, UM-CARES. So this role has deepened her passion for Green Mosque initiatives and interfaith dialogue on Islam and also sustainability. She's also active in leading a student volunteer group focused on environmental sustainability at the Academy of Islamic Studies. This group engages in community programs involving mosques in the Klang Valley in collaboration with Jawi, MGTC, and other strategic partners in environmental advocacy. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Asmawati.
Thank you very much, Shanas. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all our esteemed speakers and participants who joining us both in this auditorium and online. To begin with, we will commence this morning with two keynote addresses and presentations that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Raymond Oy, Associate Professor Dr. Vishalachi Anak Perempuan Balakrishnan, and Mr. Kamaruzzaman Ahmad. With due respect, I kindly invite our speakers to join us on stage. No need, you will stay here. Okay, no problem. Okay, for this session, inshallah, the Q&A session will take place after the completing the presentations of our speakers, or you can submit your questions via YouTube live streaming. If time allows, inshallah, we will open for Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our distinguished first keynote speaker this morning, Professor Dr. Raymond Oy, Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, University Malaya. Professor Dr. Raymond Oy is a quantum physicist, has produced more than 120 publications on quantum optics, nonlinear optics, plasmonic and laser interactions. He was elected as a Fellow of the Academy of Science Malaysia as ASM in 2016. In 2013, he won the Malaysian Torre Science Foundation Science and Technology Award. Professor Raymond obtained his PhD from University Konstanz, Germany. During his tenure as a postdoc at Texas A&M University, he was a regular visiting scientist at Princeton University and Max Planck Institute for Quantum Optics. He was a research professor at KAIST and assistant professor at Korea University before joining University Malaya, and initiated quantum and laser science research lab equipped with a femtosecond laser optics facility under the High Impact Research Grant. Professor Raymond is the principal investigator for the National Quantum Technology Research Program. He has 2 patents and has been invited as speaker at more than 30 international conferences. In 2018, he initiated and chaired the first international conference on quantum and nonlinear optics that was attended by pioneers in the field and secured 3 international funds to run the conference. He served as a judge for MIT Technology Review Innovators Under 35 Asia Pacific. Currently, he is the editorial board member for the prestigious journals, the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society and the New Journal of Physics. Professor Raymond also published a book, The Way of Creation, Nature and Life, Physics and Mathematics Perspectives. He writes articles in the media connecting science with recent topics like green energy and climate change. He is the advisor for the Chinese Orchestra and Lion Troupe. This comes the combination of arts and science. His current interest is to play quantum principles to understanding nature, life, health, mind, spirituality, and traditional knowledge. During the next 30 minutes, we will be immersed in a keynote address by Professor Raymond titled The Science and Art of Well-Being. Let's give a warm welcome to Prof. Raymond.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the conference, and thank you, Dr. Asmawati, for the kind introduction. So today I will share my talk on art and science of well-being. Okay, this is one of the 17 national United Nations Sustainability Development Goal, which fall under good health and well-being. So in order to have good health and well-being, we need to combine science and arts. Okay? So environment is very important. So part of our well-being is determined by our environment. So in the ancient culture, the astrology, geomancy, and in the Chinese culture, feng shui, and also you can call it as cosmic oracle. Okay? All these aspects, they are very important to determine our well-being. Okay? It's not just the science behind. So the environment is the key factor. So if we want to have, I think we have the wrong version. Huh? Can you check? Sorry. Yeah, okay. So so we tend to partition many things around us. So we, instead of creating connection, we create barriers, and we also try to classify things. So, but we have to limit ourselves. We think art is something like when we express it from the heart. Okay, something that we can express from the heart. And when something does not make sense, we classify it as pseudoscience. And when something makes sense, we call it as science. So we like to partition things, but actually there is blur boundaries between all these things. Okay, we recognize something because something is makes sense to us, something is useful to us, or something is beautiful. But what if certain things are not beautiful, are not useful, or doesn't make sense to us? Will we recognize that effort or not? Will we do it or not? So nowadays people are very selective. If they don't see anything make sense or not useful or not beautiful, they will marginalize or set aside. Okay, they don't recognize. So, but those aspects are actually part of the whole thing. Not everything in this world it can make sense. Certain things that don't make sense because our mind is very limited. Okay, and usefulness or not is a very subjective thing. Beautiful is the opposite side of the ugliness. You don't know how can we have beauty if there is no ugliness, and vice versa. Okay. So, environment is very important, and I would like to emphasize that feng shui is the art of harnessing the nature, the environment, for making our life better, for making things work in a better way. Okay? And even though there is no clear science behind, but science is progressing, and it will be able to understand this traditional wisdom better and better. Okay? And if you want to develop a health metropolitan, like is trying to develop this health metropolitan, and the feng shui is very important. The environment, the direction, the orientation, everything, all these small elements will contribute to the well-being of the patient in the hospital. We want the patient to come in the right environment, and they will get healed and go back. Okay? And our activities and thoughts, collective consciousness, they are all actually affecting our biosphere, our planetary system. Okay? It's not just what we emit from the materialistic aspect. Okay? Our thoughts is also very important. Our collective thoughts. Okay? And now we are beginning to understand this from a quantum perspective. There are many papers in journal coming up with connecting quantum theory with the mind. Okay? So we are all product of the stardust. Okay? Physically, we are connected to the cosmos. Okay? Whatever happened on the moon, on the sun, on the planets, they will affect all of us. Okay? Yeah. Not only the incident, but not only the transient incident, but also it is connected to the time when we come to this earth. So the date we are born, all these things we are connected. Okay, this has been developed many thousand years ago in the Chinese I Ching book. Okay, the book of divination. It has a cosmological significance. Okay. And we can call it an art, but there is a science behind that. We begin to understand better. Living a life is actually an art. Okay, how do you want to live a life to have a well-being is an art. How do we breathe? How do we eat and drink? How do we work and play? How we handle situation is all an art. Okay, how we take things thrown at us. Okay, there are positive and negative things. All this an art. How we manage all these things. Okay. So the current era, there are a lot of technological progress, but are we really progressing in a holistic aspect? We witness cancer cases and chronic diseases rising, and mental illnesses cases, especially among students, are also increasing. And we have more natural disasters nowadays, and also security threats. We are living in the IT, information technology, and every day we have these threat scams, all kind of information technology related problems. Okay. I would like to quote the words of our wise philosopher Lao Tzu. Okay. He who takes upon himself the humiliation of the people is fit to rule them. He who takes upon himself the country's disasters deserves to be the king of the universe. These are selfless, so-called selfless leaders. Okay? The true leaders are selfless leaders. Nowadays, leaders are not really like this. Okay, it's hard to find. Okay, and the truth is sometimes sounds paradoxical, and yeah. So the who are really adept in the art of life. We are emulating models nowadays, right? Some icons, right? Their icons are millionaires, models, okay, some leaders. We are idolizing them. But these people are really materialistic. They are good in materialism, excel in something related to materialism. But there are also leaders or accomplished people who are excellent in spiritualism, arts, or related to arts. And these are spiritual people like monks, priests, yogis, and sages. Okay. Now these categories are less now. It's very hard to find all these wise men. Okay. To continue the quote, that education should be about the passion of learning to seek knowledge and truth. For knowledge and truth. For what? For enhancing the life and making the world better. Not just to make more buildings, more roads, more technology, and not only that. Okay? It's everything for life and the world. Okay? That should be the realization. Okay? Planting trees, I got the idea from yesterday talk. Somebody mentioned planting trees that will sprout and give fruits to more people and also to other animals. Okay, this is a good deed. But we cut trees, we cut the healthy trees, is also a sin. Okay. The final quote is also by Lao Tzu. Do you think we can take over the universe and improve it? I don't believe it can be done. The universe is sacred. You cannot improve it. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. If you try to hold it, you will lose it. Because this is exactly what's happening to the world now. We try to make the world better, to solve the problem by doing so many things. Are we really repairing the world? We have all kind of environmental problem now. We try to come up with technology to make it better. Are we really doing it better? Okay. The principle behind is that the more we do, we will have to spend energy. There will be side effects, right? I think the best way is do nothing. Back to the basic. Do less. Go to the way of nature. Use less technology. Because every technology we use, we have to use energy, and the efficiency is not high. Okay, it's always less than 100%. So the more we do, there is a risk that we will make more damages. The beauties of science and maths can be shown in this slide. So for those scientists, we notice that we deal with equation. These are actually the pillars of electromagnetic technology. All the technology that we have in our handphone, they are based on electromagnetism and the quantum mechanics. Okay? And higher technology is connecting very high speed object. when small particle moving very fast, we want to explain what is happening in the space. This is using quantum electrodynamics. Okay. See, when I look at this equation, I see beauties, okay, beauties, symmetries. You will really feel like a divine message. That is the beauty behind the science here. So it depends on individual. You see, somebody can see beauty, somebody cannot see the beauties in certain things. Okay, but I believe everyone will see the beauties in this simple mathematics on the right side. This is called the golden ratio. If we take a simple geometry as shown here, A divided by B, we will get a very nice number. And this number is 1.618 ... Okay, this is the golden ratio. It happens in nature. Okay, and another number is Fibonacci number is for example, is a 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1 plus 1, 2, and then 2 plus 1, 3, 2 plus 3, 5, and so on. This Fibonacci number, in the large limit, it connects to the golden ratio, and this number happens in nature. In flowers, you have 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, and then 5 petals. Okay, so there are certain numbers that follow this Fibonacci sequence. Also in nature, we have a beautiful landscape, and in many things around us. The broccoli is actually can be modeled by simple mathematics called fractal mathematics. Okay? So this is where we can make use of simple mathematics to describe nature. Okay? If you look from satellite, we can see the terrains with the shape that is this terrain that is can be described by the fractal mathematics. Okay? And also the lining can be described by the fractal mathematics. So fractal mathematics is actually a simple repetition of the basic pattern. We make the pattern within the basic pattern is within the whole thing, is inside, and then we have regression, okay, like shown here. There are many ancient books that connect with the philosophies and nature around us. This is one of the very old books. The principle here is says, as above, as so below, as below, so above. It seems to imply that the correspondence between the very small scale and the very big scale. So we can see here with this example, our eyes, and this is the nebula. Okay, this bone cell division process, the death of the star, and this is a brain cell, neurons, and this the galaxies in the cosmos. So from very powerful telescopes sent to space, they are able to see all these structures very similar to our neurons. So many structures at a small microscopic scale, they are connected to very large scale and it's everywhere. So it seems that the pattern of nature is common and have similarities. Okay. And another principle is the cause and effect principle. Means that everything has a cause. Okay, and this principle can be written mathematically in terms of the integral equation. This is the cause, and then this is the response of the system, and then this is the effect. So it is called linear response theory. Okay. So the cause and effect is whatever we do here, it will have an effect in the later time. Okay. Another principle is everything flows. So everything is dynamic. Nothing is static. Okay. And things rise and fall, appears and disappear. Nothing is static. Okay. And all these systems in nature is moving, is always not only moving but also they vibrate. There's a cyclic nature. They vibrate, okay, or they have properties of wave, and they have the properties of cyclic nature. So our 4 seasons, okay, in certain areas 4 seasons, it's all cycle because the sun, the planet is going around the sun. Right? So everything is in a cycle form. Okay, and there's another principle of polarity. There are two opposite, black and white, female and male and female. So all this, most of this can be summarized, connected to this symbol is the Tao symbol, Tao philosophy. Okay, this philosophy I would call it a philosophy, not religion, because it describes the nature very precisely and very correctly. With this simple symbol, everything has a polarity, and they are going in the cycle, transforming from the one polarity to another polarity and back. So this philosophy was again introduced by Lao Tzu. Okay. Now we also look at the many great philosophers and scientists, as well as philosophers, scientists, and also artists in the past. Of course, the most famous one is Leonardo da Vinci. He is a scientist and inventor, and also philosopher. He has done many things. A lot of arts. He's a famous art. We may have known there's a movie, Da Vinci Code. Okay, it's based on his work, his ingenious work that hide information in the cryptic form in his artistic work. Okay. Another mathematician, Ramanujan, is a very remarkable mathematician. He was able to come up with many equations that have been proven to be useful and correct. Okay, and without which the mathematical equation came up from his mind through inspiration. Okay, so this is like an art. Art, when we produce art, we are sparked by inspiration. So inspiration produce art. And it seems that his inspiration is producing mathematical equation without any proof. Okay? So that is a very mysterious aspect of the ability of the mind. And then Benjamin Franklin, the famous inventor, and also he's an artist, also philosopher, politician. And in Arabian region, there are also many philosophers and scientists. One of them is Omar Khayyam. Okay? He's a poet, philosopher, and also scientist. Okay? And Albert Einstein, of course, everyone knows. He came up with general relativity, okay, equation. But he himself is also a musician. He's passionate in violin, and his ideas are connected to music. Okay. This is one of the important work of Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. He drew this proportion of the human being within a circle and also a sphere. Actually, the geometry is not just simply any geometry. This geometry is found that is connected to the tetrahedron angle. Okay, the angle from the navel here to the edge here. Okay, is actually the same as this angle tetrahedron. And if we take note the size of the moon and the earth, and we can find that this geometry is actually inside here. Okay, there are a lot of analysis and they have been found in this website. So that is how they connect science with arts. Okay. And now our legendary bodybuilder, okay, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he combined the beauty of art into the science of bodybuilding. That's why he is very successful. And I'm one of his fans for many years. That's why I drew his picture. This is the ability to draw the art depends on our mood. So only when we are in a certain state, only we can do art. Okay? And well-being is also related to calligraphy, to many form of arts. Okay, painting, mandalas, all these acupuncture is also an art. All these traditional medicine, also music. Okay. So the mandala is actually the way of deciphering. Actually, when we draw a mandala, is connected to our psychology. Okay, so we can understand somebody's psychology if we look at the mandala. Okay, the center of our well-being. To achieve well-being, we need to understand the artistic aspect. The art of understanding the human body has dated from the ancient practices of from India and also China and many also in Malaysia. There are some traditional people, they know that our body has all these energy centers. Okay, all these energy centers determine our well-being. Okay, it's not being discovered in modern science, but through this Russian scientist, he developed a technology, a detection device that able to see the aura of the human body. Okay, so we are combining science with arts now. Okay, so this is our human body is not just flesh and blood. It has energy and it has all this so-called the qi. And a vacuum, to understand all this, we need to have some basic understanding of the quantum physics. That means our space is not really empty. There is our vibration, all the quantum field vibration there. Because of this quantum field, everything is decaying because of this quantum field. Okay. And our observation of nature is very subjective. I will tell you something mind-boggling, that the truth is non-objective. Okay, it depends. There's no truth. There's no reality. Okay, the reality depends on how we look at it. Okay, so the reality is like an elephant. How we look at it, it depends on how we question nature, how we ask nature, and we will get the different answer. Okay, this is one example is light. Light can be considered a particle and also can be considered as a wave, depending on how we look at it during experiment. We do the double Young experiment, double slit experiment, and we reduce the intensity, then we'll see particle. For high intensity, we see the wave nature. Okay. Everything is vibration. Okay. We can see the sound in the water. Okay. And water carries a lot of information, and this has been used in the art of blessing in religious ceremony, okay, because water is a very important element for life, and it can carry a lot of important information. The vibration behind good vibration will be able to heal, okay, will be able to bring well-being. Okay, this is an art. Okay, so now the science is mapping all this to understand. Now we begin to understand all the vibration. Okay, and all this more so-called traditional knowledge is connected to quantum science. So now we can have, in China, they already developed a quantum medicine. This is a have a mind-body connection. And one of the things is in the medicine, the homeopathy is also related, energy healing and inner engineering. So inner engineering is about the engineering ourselves, our internal. And our DNA is actually, you see, you can see the connection between the dragon. And this is a simulation of all the cell division process in the microtubular. Okay, our body is actually an excellent art, masterpiece of art. Our body, so it's the most sophisticated machine, but it's a beautiful art. Okay, which is okay. How to bring well-being? To bring well-being, we need to appreciate all these elements, like play in sync with nature, balance, sense, have a good sense of our environment, have peace and harmony, and we can actually enhance life if we have a gratitude and we do service to mankind and nature. We have joy, love, happiness, and most important, to be contented. If we are not contented, nothing is enough for us. We will not be having a well-being life. Okay. 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 There, finally, I will just go through there are many art from the archaeological and geological findings that are related to science. Okay, and okay, these are wonderful temple carved out from single granite, big granite. And then the Egyptian art, there are a lot of Egyptian art we can study and find insights. Okay, look at analyze the diagram, the print, all this work, and we can have insight. Okay, this is another finding. Okay, it's not talking and blankly. This is archaeological findings. Okay, so you see, what have they found? This is a nuclear bomb. This is right. It was found in the Babylon cylindrical seal. Okay, and this is also in the artifacts. Okay, they have helicopter, they have airplane, all these things. Okay, and you can draw this conclusion why this information is not taught to our schools. The reality, this should be in the history. Okay, and then more this Babylonian, Egyptian, Assyrian civilization, they have many more findings where we can study, we can learn from. And the most important we can learn from is from the Mahabharata, ancient scripts, where it talk about gods, kings, conflicts, advanced technology, nuclear war. So this is a piece of art, and it's not just a fiction story. It's talking about nuclear war, advanced technology. So we can, and as Nikola Tesla said, the day science begin to study phenomena of non-physical nature, we will gain much more knowledge than we gather in 1 decade. Okay. And Leonardo da Vinci also commented about this ancient pyramid. Okay. Okay, and then this what is this? Crop circle, man-made or what? Doesn't matter, but it's made from top from above the surface, right? Okay, finally, to summarize all this, we need to be aware of the philosophical knowledge from ancient, our body, the energy system, okay, the balance of yin and yang is a universal binding force, cultivating, building up energy, and all this energy aspect if we can understand for the well-being of our, okay. And in nature, we have to love nature, and because love is the fifth element. We have four elements, but this is the element that bind our existence. Without that, we will be gone. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your attention. Okay. Right.
Thank you very much, Prof. Raymond, for the very insightful and inspiring reflections on arts and science to achieve happiness and balanced life and harmony with nature and human being. So we are very grateful to have such a beautiful insights from our keynote speaker today. Okay, we really hope to have more time, but then we move to our second speaker, Professor Dr. Vishalachi Anak Perempuan Balakrishnan. Let us briefly overview her impressive background together. Professor Dr. Vishalachi Balakrishnan has over 3.5 decades of experience working as a secondary school teacher, teacher trainer, community facilitator, social science and humanities researcher, and member of various local and international special interest groups, SIGS. The SIGS include Black All Life Matters, Parliaments of World Religions, and Service Learning International. Apart from being actively involved in curriculum development, moral education teacher training in Malaysia since the 1990s, she is also actively involved in the international arena in the development of global moral education. She is a committee member of the Asia Pacific Network and Moral Education and an elected executive board member of the Association for Moral Education from 2016 to 2018. She was an active member of CARN during her postdoctoral studies in Waikato University, New Zealand. Coming from a multicultural, multi-religious background, Dr. Visha has a passion to listen to, educate, and research minority students and marginalized societies. Prof. Visha is currently the director of the Center for International and Comparative Education Research, CRICE, at University Malaya. She is also the coordinator of SULAM, Service Learning Malaysia, for University Malaya. I invite Professor Dr. Visha to the podium to deliver the lecture titled Exploring Service Learning from Different Religious and Belief Systems.
A very good morning to everyone present here today. Good morning. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Raymond, for setting the path for my presentation today. I'm sure you remembered one of the slides that Prof. Raymond showed, how to live a well-being life. So there was one column which he said, have gratitude and be at service, right? So the topic that I have for today is exploring service learning from different religions and belief systems. Why I specifically chose this, because I started as a coordinator for service learning, SULAM, in University Malaya in 2019. It's a top-down policy in all public universities in Malaysia. where all undergraduates have to undergo a service learning program before they graduate. Okay, and coming from a background, as was mentioned before, of different religions and multicultural system within my own family, I started to do reflection within myself, which is one of the very important aspect of service learning, of why people are passionate or why people want to do it. Of course, in the university, it's a cost-bearing course, and I'll start it from there. So my presentation content today will include current development of what's happening, service learning, religion and service, and belief systems and service, plus way forward. Why did I include religion plus belief system? We got to understand what's happening within Malaysia and outside Malaysia. We have people who belong to certain religious beliefs, but we also have people who belong to belief system. So that itself can bring a lot of diversity, but let's look at it from a very objective perspective of what we're going to discuss today. Okay, the current development of what I see is there is always this reflection cycle in our life. Okay, so we are all alive here, right? Are we? Yes, we are all alive, right? And then we all have goals, do we? Okay, I think most of us do. Some of us say, let us flow, like as Prof. Raymond said, let the chi take us, okay? So, and then we want to capture the moment of what we are doing, and then we want to go on to see, so what? If we have goals, you know, we are capturing the moment, what's next? So there's always some kind of a dynamic movement. And as I mentioned, service learning is one of the dynamic movement that happened in Malaysia. So what is service learning? It's better to understand so that we all have a very basic fundamental concept of service learning, okay? So it's basically a teaching and learning pedagogy, right? So it's more of how we do things. It's course-based, which means it's curriculum-based. It's a credit-bearing educational experience, okay? Very important to understand its experience. I'm basically a constructivist and an experiential educator. I feel that people need to go through experience before you can talk about stuff, before you can even share what's going on, because without going through that, you won't have the 3H. And I'll explain to you later what is the 3H. Students participate in a structured service activity that meets identified community needs. So the philosophy behind service learning is what you learn, you practice in community to either resolve an issue, to advocate a certain thing, or to bring about realization. Okay? Students reflect on the rendered service activities or experiences which leads to learning outcome. So this is basically the basic layman person's understanding of what service learning is. Okay, what are the effects of service learning? Okay, first, of course, because students are experiencing the activity, they gain deeper understanding of the desired learning outcome. There is definitely a win-win situation between society and university. Why? Because when universities give a lot of knowledge to the students, and if students do not apply the knowledge, then it's a waste. For example, when Prof. Raymond was talking about quantum physics, I was just telling our moderator, I was in pure science up to Form 5. And I never liked pure science because I wanted to explore like what Prof. Raymond had explored. But we were never exploring anything. I still remember the trolley pachut that we did, you know, counting. And then when he showed all the the theories behind. We were like, why this Newton had to come with Newton 1, Newton 2, Newton 3, because we were just memorizing facts. And what were we memorizing for? Our SPM exam, right? And once after the exam, results come, I thought I will fail, but I got, I think, a C6 or something like that. I said, okay, I've passed. And from then, we were never using any of our knowledge. And that, for me, it's a waste, okay? Because we learn so much, but we don't apply. So when service learning is concerned, what you learn within the four walls of your classroom, you're going to apply it in society, okay? So it's actually a broader appreciation of the discipline, increase students' values and civic responsibility. Definitely, because they are out in society, okay? So a bit about history about service learning. Officially, it started in 2019, and all of us knew in Malaysia, March 18, 2020, what happened? The COVID came and gave us a lot of lessons, okay? So during that time, 2020 till 2022, we had to go on with service learning. Because remember, the overruling thing was all students who need to graduate from university must undergo a service learning program. So if the students do not do the program, even COVID time, they cannot graduate as full-fledged graduates. Okay, so what we did, we had this innovation, and we at University Malaya, we are quite used to hybrid learning and online learning. So we had service learning, where students actually did and that was a good thing, because at the end of this, I'm going to show you a video where I could actually initiate Service Learning International, and we are going quite well with it, and it was due to the COVID that such a thing came. So don't think that everything that is bad is going to be bad, okay? I think Prof. Raymond showed about yin and yang. Bad becomes good, right? Ugly becomes beautiful, and things like that. So let's look at the philosophy of service, right? What is service? As Prof. Raymond mentioned, the well-being of an individual is to give service to others, okay? So from the philosophical aspect, it is a philosophy that transcends time and culture. And we know as human beings become more cultured, they also become more civilized, because there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of transformation that's taking place. So the concept of serve all improves people's lives and enrich our own. A very basic thing that when people go out to do a certain thing, right? A certain help to community, they understand the community, they come back, they reflect, and they realize, I have a lucky life, this community needs more support, and it actually enriches themselves. So it's actually an act of service that connects us to greater good, okay? This is basically what Aristotle, Plato, and people long ago said, long ago before religion started, right? It fills us with a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Look at the people who are doing soup kitchen. You know, every Thursday, every Friday, they go to a certain place. I was lucky because during COVID-19, I was involved with some NGOs where we actually went out every day to a place where we cut vegetables. There'll be people who are cooking, because there were a lot of street people, a lot of contract workers who did not have job and they needed food. So there was a purpose for us to go out. We had police permit. We had a purpose to go out, and when we come back home, it's a good feeling. A feeling that you have fed so many people, you have done things within your capacity. So it becomes selfless and compassionate, right? And it's human nature. We know that a lot of religions say you are a white cloth, you are a person who needs to be instilled with values. So a lot of religions say such things. So it makes one selfless and compassionate. And it's also an opportunity to make the world a better place. Because if you have home, you have shelter, you have food, and the person next door doesn't have anything, that human in you will make you feel that, what can I do for that person to help that person? So this is the power that we hold to create a positive change in the world. Okay, so this is basically the philosophy of service which cuts across human beings. So when we speak about religion and service learning, what does it mean to us? Okay, some of us have religion, some of us have very strong spiritual inclination within us. So it doesn't matter whether we have religion or we have a belief system or we have a very strong self-discipline. We will always feel that life is incomplete without service to humanity and nature. Okay, I had students who wanted to do service learning in natural places like the beach, the wildlife, because they had this strong inclination towards nature. And it's also to help people in need, is to serve God. This is what most religions will say. But those of my students, or even like now at international level, they said, we don't need God there, but we have our spirituality. So they are going basically back to nature, back to ecosystem. And the opposite is to turn away people in need is to refuse service to God. Okay, so this is the opposite, or to refuse the ecosystem. And life without service becomes meaningless, becomes non-purposive. Okay, so service to nature is helping oneself and others. Not just helping others, but indirectly we are enriching ourselves. So now I'm going to specifically go to several religions. Sorry, I cannot cover all the religions because we only have 30 minutes. So let's start with the official religion in Malaysia, which is Islam. And I took 2 verses from the Holy Quran, chapter 2, verse 84, which talks about speak kindly to all at all times. Okay, so as I go, you will realize there are certain things that are coming again and again, and we realize, I'm a qualitative researcher, it becomes saturated, meaning that you'll see the same patterns coming through most of the religions and belief system. Be considerate of the feelings of others. Okay, love and protect vulnerable members of society. Pay attention to all these 3. And of course, chapter 51, verse 20 of the Quran says, care for all God's creations. So when we talk about the philosophy of Islam, it cut across everything that is on earth. Okay, not just humans or animals, but every of God's creation. Comfort and support those in need. So you will see love and protect vulnerable members of society, comfort and support those in need, duty to recognize the suffering of others. So it becomes the duty of every human being to recognize, to be aware of the suffering of others, make whatever sacrifices are required in order to help them overcome their challenges or trouble. So indirectly, what the religion says is be of service to others in need. Okay, we can make a quite simple, general understanding of these 2 verses. Let's look at the Holy Bible. Okay, so if you look at Luke 22:27, service is helping others who need assistance. So you can see something that's coming across. Yeah, service grows out of true love for God. So earlier I did mention about many religions talking about service to human being is actually service to God. God gives opportunity and direction to help. Okay, so it's the understanding of the faith. When we love others, we want to help them. Service involves seeing a need and meeting that need without expecting any type of reciprocity. So the extra thing that you can see here is, in Malay you will say ikhlas. Okay, tanpa mengharapkan sebarang balasan, you do it for the sake of doing it, not because you want something in return. Yeah. Okay, another part of the Holy Bible is Matthew 25:23, and this is a very nice phrase that I got here. For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me. So it's basically covering the aspect of understanding another's need and fulfilling those needs. So we have covered 2 religions, and I'm going to the third one, which is Sanatana Dharma or Hinduism. So this is from an Upanishad, which says, refuse not food to those who are hungry. When you feed the hungry, you feed the Lord, from whom is born every living creature. Those who realize the self, okay, Atman is a Sanskrit word to say about the soul, within the heart stand firm, grow rich, gather a family around them, and receive the love of all. So this is basically the aspect of Sanatana Dharma, okay, of service to others, service to those who need. And just now, Prof. Raymond did mention about the Bhagavad Gita. So here are 3 phrases from the Bhagavad Gita. The first one is, one who is not envious, but is a kind friend to all living entities. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. So this is spoken by Lord Krishna to Arjuna, who is his devotee. And you can see like, it's as if like God is talking to another, the human. Who is friendly to every living entity certainly comes to me. Okay, this is another phrase. Only persons who constantly engage in welfare activities for other living entities can reach the Vaikuntha planets. Vaikuntha is something like reaching a higher plane rather than being a human being. So the main focus there is welfare activities, and that's actually service to others. Okay, let's look at service in Buddhism. All right, service in Buddhism, there is some conflicting things that I saw, but it's very interesting because most of the time in the Asian culture, we always talk about helping others, knowing others, respecting others. Okay, so let's look at the 2 phrases that I analyzed, I researched. Buddha encouraged his followers to serve people who are sick. Again, when we talk about people who are sick, people who are in need. Comfort and protect those filled with fear, also people who are in fear. An act of generosity is the Buddhist path which begins and ends with service and generosity. So life begins with service, ends with service. And there is the concept of the act of giving. Not just giving in material, but also giving in service. Buddha's message is, teach this triple truth to all. A generous heart, kind speech, and a life of service and compassion are the things which renew humanity. I've got a lot of Soka Gakkai friends here, and they'll be wondering, but we must understand that when I take this from structured books or from the holy books, and then people from different school of thoughts will interpret accordingly. So there is some differences there. And if you look at the next phrase, this is the one that I said it's quite contradictory, but let's look at what it means here. Monks, okay, you all know what are monks, right? These are people, disciples of Lord Buddha who were with him, who left their family, and we know the history of Buddha. Buddha also left his family, so they were in a group among themselves. Here, there are no parents and no relatives who will look after you in your illness, which means you are on your own. You have to look after one another in any kind of distress. O monks, you will consider service to a sick one as a service to me. In fact, we realize that a few other religions also spoke that if you help people, you serve people, you are actually serving God. If one has fallen ill, you should not consider whether he's a senior to you or junior. A sick person deserves service from anyone. Okay, so we have seen a few religions mentioned before this who is always focusing on people in need. And this is something very important in service learning because there's a difference between volunteering and service learning. When students do service learning, they have to go and do a needs analysis. I think most of us at this level, we understand what's a needs analysis. If somebody needs, I always give my students an example of barter system. Somebody needs a chicken. You have a duck. You have to negotiate. Okay? What can I do out of what I have? So the community will say, we need carrots. You are bringing spinach. Can we actually blend it, or can we come up with something so that it makes sense between the carrot and the spinach? Okay, so there must be a needs analysis, not just doing for the sake of doing in service learning. And I think Prof. Raymond mentioned quite a bit on Taoism. The Taoists focus on 3 virtues here: compassion, moderation, humility. Based on these 3, Taoism encourages its followers to follow the way where humans model themselves in daily life. Okay, so this is one phrase taken from Tao Te Ching, which has 2 books. The people who work with Tao, and the Tao actually is the way, are Tao people. They belong to the way. People who work with power belong to power. People who work with loss belong to what's lost. So actually, when students do service learning, they are empowered to do an activity for the society. And where does this empowerment come? From their knowledge that they learned within the university. So like in University Malaya, we have 16 faculties. If they are engineering faculty, based on the knowledge they get, they go out to society and see what they can help. If they are from education, they go out and see how they can help educate based on the fields that they are involved in. This is 2 more aspects from Taoism, because I know a lot of my students, if they don't belong to any specific religion, especially the Chinese ethnic, most of them are a combination of Taoist, Confucianism, and Buddhism. So if they don't have the 3, then they are looking at it at a very philosophical aspect. So this is still part of the verse just now. Give yourself to the way, and you'll be at home on the way. Give yourself to power, and you'll be at home in power. Give yourself to loss, and when you're lost, you'll be at home. So Taoism is a very, very beautiful, comprehensive, simple to follow religion. It's not even a religion, it's a way of life. Many philosophical religions are way of life, and they actually go back to basics, okay? So they talk about the skills in Tao Te Ching Book 1. So wise souls are good at caring for people, never turning their back on anyone. They are good at looking after things, never turning their back on anything. There's a light hidden here, okay? So those of my students who do service learning, and in fact, all students who do service learning, at the end of the day, they realize that the light within them has been ignited, or if it has been ignited before it becomes brighter. Okay, it's a very symbolic way of telling that the service that they give within them actually brings out the best in them. We have something called native systems, or in Malaysia, in Peninsula, we call the Orang Asli. In Sabah and Sarawak, we call the Orang Asal. And based on, because there's many small tribes, and I wouldn't want to mention specifically, but basically the values that they practice within to serve is self-control, self-reliance, courage, kinship and friendship, empathy, a holistic sense of oneness and interdependence on one another, and of course, reverence for the land, river, and country. It becomes a responsibility for others and oneself. Okay, so these are a few that I've mentioned, and what we can see across most of them is kindness and compassion. When you do service, there is a need for kindness and compassion. Of course, there are times when students say, I'm just doing it for my grades, but at the end of the day, they realize that kindness and compassion comes out in a very authentic, simple, beautiful way. And we know most of the religions that we have analyzed just now talks about service to human beings is service to God or creator or the ecosystem according to their belief system. There is an aspect of life, of self-fulfillment. And as I mentioned just now, the three domains that we talk in the philosophy of education, we talk in a lot about well-being, comes out. And this is where the connection between science and arts come to, which is the head. The head talks a lot about rational, about knowledge, the scientific aspect. The heart, which is actually the emotions. And this is one thing that we are lacking, not just here in Malaysia, but all over the world, of how do we actually educate emotions? How do you assess emotion? How do you systemize emotions, right? And of course, the hands. Because when the head and heart is together, then the action comes automatically. And it's something within and without. When we do service learning, it's external. It's something that the students have to do together. But that external activity brings some transformation within. Okay? And it's the science of systemic thinking to arts of humanities. So I will actually end with a short video, but let me end with some phrases. Al-Ghazali talks about loving kindness among the servant of Allah, okay, who is God, is one who desires for the creation of Allah what he deserves for himself, and he reaches the highest of all, which actually what Allah wants, right? Albert Einstein was mentioned again just now, who talks about only a life lived in the service to others is worth living, okay? Lao Tzu talks about I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. And this is definitely a living evidence of when I meet my students. This is my 22nd year in University Malaya, who have learned 10 years, 15 years ago, and I ask them, what do you remember about UM? And they talk about the service learning. We took this Python to this home and the children were there. We actually went to see this group of young unwed mothers and how they were so happy, so they remembered the experiences they had. And of course, Gandhi will say, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Okay, so with that, I will end with a short video.
Dear friends, I am Visalachi Balakrishnan, an Associate Professor at University Malaya, Malaysia. I have been teaching my entire life with focus on service, learning and community. As a young child, I helped my late mom in her social work. We made hospital visits and were active aid at the Vincent de Paul Society where I lived. In school, under the Joyful Vanguard movement, we visited the spastics home near my home to play with the children. It was a time when the seed of service was being sown into me. In the early 1980s, I became a teacher of English and moral education. In early 2000s, I became a lecturer of moral education in University Malaya. All the while, the passion and mission to serve society through education has always grown and flourished within and without. In 2019, magical moments happened where universities in Malaysia, in line with creating value-laden students, introduced SULAM, Service Learning Malaysia University for Society. I was given the honor and responsibility to lead this initiative in University Malaya. Service learning is an experiential pedagogy which provides students the empowerment to apply what is learned in their course or program in real life and help resolve a societal issue. Not only do students learn and serve, but they become more confident applying their soft skills in the areas of their expertise. During the COVID-19 era, my local and international students had their service learning online from where they were staying, including my students from China and Sri Lanka. That gave me an incredible idea. Why don't I initiate Service Learning International? It was then that I collaborated with students from Colombo University in Sri Lanka in 2020. Currently, my collaboration is with India, Indonesia, and Republic of Korea. I firmly believe that Service Learning International brings students, educators, and people around the world to serve and learn and to build a sustainable world for all to live in. Do support my lifelong journey. For further clarification, you can contact me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So those of you who are interested to join the Service Learning International group can PM me or see me personally. Thank you.
Wow, such a very interesting sharing from the courses taught by University Malaya Service Learning Sulam, right? So I'm also like to support your opinion, Dr. Prof. Visha, because students from API who also joined the project involving community service, community engagement under my research project, they can remember us for not only during the course that they taken, but after they have grads for many, many years. So this is the very beautiful course that should be implemented worldwide. Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Visha, and we cannot agree more that life without service become meaningless. So I am very grateful to have these insightful sessions that you have shared with us, beautiful citations from various religious perspectives just now. And it has encouraged us to become somebody that serve others compassionately and generously, inshallah. Okay, so for the last speaker in this session is Mr. Kamaruzaman Ahmad, a PhD candidate from Academy of Malay Studies, University Malaya. Mr. Kamaruzaman was born on 27 March 1976 in Kuala Lumpur. He studied at Pusat Pendidikan Persediaan ITM in Shah Alam from 1994 to 1996. He earned a civil engineering certificate from the Entrepreneurs Development Institute in 2001, a Bachelor of Decision Science, First Class Honours from Management and Science University, KUTPM, in 2007, and a Bachelor of Social Science Honours in Anthropology and Sociology with a minor in History from Malaysia Science University in 2017. He also obtained a postgraduate diploma in teaching from Open University Malaysia in 2018 and a Master of Arts in Malay Studies from the University of Malaya in 2019. Mr. Kamaruzaman started his career as a cabin crew member for Malaysia Airlines, AirAsia, EAAC UK, and Air Atlanta Iceland from 1996 to 2008. And in 2007, he worked as a management trainee at Guthrie Malaysia Berhad for a year. Since 2008, Kamaruzaman has been working at MARDI. He was part of the Unit Pembangunan Perniagaan from 2008 to 2015 and has been with the Pusat Pemindahan Teknologi dan Pembangunan Usahawan since 2016. As a research officer from 2008 to 2015, he managed and coordinated activities at the MARDI Technology Incubator and the TechnoFund MARDI project. He is currently a project leader for initiatives like Project Azam Tani, KPKMRD, and Project Rezeki Tani KPKMRD since 2018, and led the Ladang Contoh MARDI project from 2019 to 2020. He also heads activities for the RMK12 sub-project on technopreneur problem solving since 2023. He has received several awards, including the Bronze Medal at the International Poster Competition 2024 at API UM, the Silver Medal in the Knowledge category at MSTE 2021, and the Best Winner Award, second place at MTTE 2021. He also won bronze medals in the knowledge category at MSTE in 2020 and 2029, the bronze medal at the Mardi Grassroots Innovation Competition in 2020, and the Anugerah Perkhidmatan Cemerlang APC under Mardi in 2013. Transitioning from soaring in the clouds to exploring the land, it sparks our curiosity to delve into Mr. Kamaruzzaman's presentation titled Social Enterprise Incubation through the Rezeki Tani Project at Mardi. Please welcome Mr. Kamaruzzaman to share with us your presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for the kind introduction from our Madam Moderator, Dr. Asmawati Muhammad. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Before I begin, let me convey these phrases, which is art science represents the fusion of artistic creativity with scientific innovation, emphasizing interdisciplinary collaboration to address complex challenges. In the context of sustainability, this approach is particularly relevant as it fosters innovative solutions that balance environmental, economic, and social objectives. The Rezeki Tani project serves as an exemplary case study of how art science principles can be effectively applied to promote sustainable development and economic empowerment. Good morning, everyone, to professors and distinguished participants in today's event. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Kamaruzzaman, and I'm here to talk about Rezeki Tani Project, an initiative that combines the elements of science and art to empower individuals through agriculture craft production. This project not only aims to promote sustainability but also focuses on economic empowerment. Thus, let's dive in. Okay, the title of my presentation today is Enhancing Art Science in the Age of Sustainability, which is Social Enterprise Incubation through the Rezeki Tani Project at Mardi. Okay, I would like to share some background of Rezeki Tani Project in Mardi. The Rezeki Tani Project has its roots in the Azam Tani program, which is part of a larger initiative under the One Azam program. This program was introduced by the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, KPWKM, which lead the National Key Achievement Area, NKRA, aimed at improving the living standards of low-income individuals, a priority set by the Prime Minister in 2010. The Ministry of Agriculture and Agro-Based Industry, MOA, was tasked with supporting target group within the agriculture and agro-food sector to the Azam Tani program. This program specifically assists low-income heads of household, known as KIR, Ketua Isi Rumah, who are registered in the IKASIS system and categorized as extremely poor or poor. The Azam Tani project focuses on project that delivers quick result, known as quick win project, which can be realized within 1 to 6 months. The scope of this project is broad, encompassing crops, fisheries, livestock, processing of agriculture products, business, marketing, facilities, equipment, services, and handicraft. Okay, one of the objective of project Azam Tani, Rezeki Tani or Azam Tani, the old name for Rezeki Tani project, is to empowering individuals through the production of agriculture craft. The primary objective of the Rezeki Tani project is to empower individuals through agriculture craft production. This involves several key goals. Firstly, the project aims to increase the income of the target group by providing economic project assistance across various sectors, including crops, fisheries, animal husbandry, food processing, and agriculture services. Secondly, it focuses on improving the knowledge, skills, and competitiveness of the participants through identity building, entrepreneurship, and technical training. And finally, the initiative helps participants break free from the cycle of poverty by equipping them with the necessary tools and skills to succeed. The key elements, now let us talk about the key elements that define the Rezeki Tani project. Firstly, the project is a unique blend of science and art. This combination is critical to the project's success as it merges technological advancement with artistic craftsmanship. Sustainability is a core focus. Participants are encouraged to reuse discarded or surplus materials, which not only reduce waste but also lower production costs. Next, economic empowerment is another vital element. By transforming hobbies into viable businesses, participants can achieve financial independence and contribute to their local economies. In summary, the Rezeki Tani project represents a holistic approach to economic and social empowerment, leveraging scientific innovation and artistic expression to create sustainable livelihood. Now let's meet the participants who have benefited from this project. Firstly, Mr. Mazlan Ismail, who is from Batu Pahat, Johor. He focuses on producing traditional and modern kind of art, which including household utensils. And Mr. Fazli from Kolokangsa, Perak, who creates labu sayung, a type of earthenware in Perak. And lastly, we have Mrs. Solawati from Kota Baru, Kelantan, specialized in pottery production. These individuals have harnessed their skill and turned them into thriving businesses. If we are talking about philosophy of the project, the Rezeki Tani project is built on two core values. First is sustainability and ingenuity. By reusing materials that would otherwise be discarded, participants contribute to environmental conservation. The innovative approaches to traditional craft not only preserve cultural heritage, but also open up new economic opportunities. This philosophy extends beyond individual benefits, fostering broader community development and resilience. The case study, because of the time constraint, I will learn only for this presentation. Next, we have Sorry for the technical issues. Okay, these are the some activities as shown in these pictures. Okay, household products from Mr. Mazlan. Okay, we have knives, parang, and so forth. Okay, next I move to case study number 2, which from Mr. Fazli from Kolokansa, Perak. Okay, he crafting labu sayung from surplus material, which can be found around the local environment at Kolokansa. Okay, some of the activities can be seen in these pictures. Okay, Mr. Fazli is still active doing the businesses, and he's managed to feed his family with income generated from the business. Okay, and we have Mrs. Solawati from Kota Berkelantan, having pottery production as a sustainable practice. Okay, use of traditional techniques with modern tools. Okay, some product samples made by Mrs. Solawati. Okay, now I move to tools and technology. The integration of modern tools and appropriate technology has been a game changer for the participants. This advancement allowed them to enhance their production capacities without compromising the essence of their artistic expressions. The result is a significant increase in income levels and economic stability, demonstrating the feasibility of combining technology with traditional craft. Okay, next we have economic impact. The economic transformation experienced by this participant is profound. What began as hobbies have now become stable sources of income, lifting them out of financial insecurity. For example, many participants have been able to purchase vehicles, expand their workshops, and support their children's education, including sending them to universities. These achievements illustrate the powerful economic impact of the Rezeki Tani project. Not to forget social and physical impact. The project's benefit extend beyond financial gains. Participants now provide stable support for their families, including those with children with disabilities. This improves quality of life and social status that have strengthened their identities as artisans. The community also benefits from these changes as the participants' successes inspire others and foster a sense of pride and resilience. Next, touching about skill enhancement programs, which are crucial component of the Rezeki Tani project. Participants have access to tailored courses, hands-on training sessions, and opportunities to exhibit their work. These programs help refine their skill, expand their professional networks, and strengthen their identities as artisans. The continuous learning and exposure contribute to their personal and professional growth. So my next slide will be the future aspiration. Looking ahead, the participants have ambitious goals. They aspire to establish their own art galleries, which would serve as showcases for their creation and hub for community engagement and cultural exchange. These galleries would not only highlight the artistic achievement, but also promote culture, heritage, and foster community development. Expanding the initiative to ensure the continued success and impact of the Rezeki Tani project, it is essential to broaden its scope, including more participants and communities will enhance local economic resilience and showcase the feasibility of harmonizing scientific innovation within artistic expression. Expanding the initiative will further contribute to sustainability and local ingenuity. Next, I move on to the conclusion. In conclusion, the Rezeki Tani project has significantly impacted individuals and communities by promoting sustainability, economic empowerment, and cultural preservation. This initiative demonstrates how the integration of scientific innovation and artistic expression can create profound changes in people's lives. Let's revisit the success story of Mr. Mazlan Ismail, Mr. Muhammad Fazli, and Mrs. Solawati, which highlight the project potential to transform life. Those stories illustrate the transformative effect of the Rezeki Tani project. Participants who once faced financial insecurity are now thriving entrepreneurs, capable of providing for their families and contributing to their communities. The initiative has not only improved their economic circumstances, but also enhanced their social status and sense of identity as artisans. As we look to the future, it is crucial to continue supporting and expanding the project Rezeki Tani. By including more participants and communities, we can further enhance local economic resilience and promote sustainability. This expansion will also provide more opportunities for skill development, cultural preservation, and community engagement. In closing, the Rezeki Tani project is a powerful example of how combining science and art can create sustainable and economically empowering solutions. Let's continue to support and invest in this initiative, ensuring that its benefits reach even more individuals and communities, fostering a brighter and more resilient future for all. I think that's all my presentation for today. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamaruzaman, for presenting the very encouraging Project Tani, which aims to develop sustainable agriculture initiatives and enhance the well-being of farmers. That means to strengthen the bond between humanity and the earth. So, to end this session, I would like once again to thank all the esteemed speakers for the first slot this morning. And we really hope to have a continued engagement with all of you in the future. Let's give a big round of applause to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asmawati Muhammad, for moderating the session. And of course, a heartfelt thank you to our distinguished speakers for that very enlightening session. Before moving on, I would like to invite Dr. Asmawati Muhammad to give a token of appreciation to our speakers today. First, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Raymond Ooi to receive token of appreciation. Sorry. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Vishal Lasya Anak Perempuan Balakrishnan. And our speaker just now, Mr. Kamaruzaman Ahmad. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next session, we will now watch 3 art science related video presentations with the titles I Am the Earth. So the video I Am the Earth is a project that aims to showcase the beauty of languages worldwide and nature with a focus on preserving endangered languages for future generations. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of humans and nature. The initiative serves as a cultural endeavor, highlighting the importance of preserving languages as a matter of memory. And the next video would be about how innovation is creating a sustainable future. The video is about the development of innovative products that tackle the climate crisis and promote environmental health. So this includes improving battery sustainability, creating sustainable fuels, producing biomaterials for food, designing recyclable packaging, innovating sustainable fashion, and developing recyclable composites for high-performance application. And the last video will be about environmental humanities in an emerging area of study that looks at how our views of the environment are shaped by culture through the lens of literature, cinema, and art. So the Art Plus Science video series reflects our dedication to fulfilling the mission of the college, which is, in part, to provide a liberal arts education in a research university with rich opportunities to explore our cultural and natural worlds. So please enjoy the videos.
I am the earth. I have thousands of faces and colors. I am black, yellow, white, red, gold. When I get angry, I am the color of fire. Sometimes I am hard, sometimes I am fragile. In the desert, I become infinite. I kiss the sky when I become a mountain. I am a nomad, an explorer, a traveler. Sometimes I want to escape, so I become dust to dance with the winds. With human beings, I have a special relationship. Your children come to meet me for their first steps. Your elder people come to me for a long and peaceful sleep. I offer you flowers, plants, and trees with delicious fruits. I wish we could have that beautiful relationship again. I am the earth.
The world has big goals. And big challenges to overcome to get there. Everything we do here on Earth is going to need some serious innovation to keep our planet thriving. Fuel recycling to reduce 70% of CO2 emissions from aviation fuel. Growing animal protein in the lab instead of raising it in a field. Harnessing microbes to produce eco-friendly textile dyes. AI and machine learning to make manufacturing more sustainable. Developing sustainable materials for food packaging, medicines, and wind turbines. CPI has that innovation. We have the experts, resources, network and contacts, and the facilities to bring these boundary-pushing green solutions to the mainstream of all these industries. Because it can often seem like it's going to be a struggle to get us to our climate and sustainability goals. But at CPI, we are making these goals a reality. Let's innovate together to bring your sustainable technologies to market today.
Defining the environmental humanities in one word is probably impossible.
I'm not sure I can do that in one word, but if you allow me to use a hyphenated word, I can maybe do it.
Well, let me go with one sentence.
Nature-culture.
The study of human attitudes and feelings about the environment as those manifest themselves historically and culturally.
The environmental humanities in one word, I would say, is passion.
I think there's no issue more urgent in the contemporary world than the state of the world that we inhabit.
This area of inquiry is important because it addresses very urgent questions.
The environmental issues that we work on, I think, connect to almost any other major issue that you might think of.
Human beings have considerable impact on the environment to such a scale that there is no place to retreat into that is not touched by humans.
Creative writers in the Department of English have grown, I think, increasingly interested in trying to use the languages of art, right? So words, but also images, moving images, still images, any kind of art that you might imagine, to sharpen our awareness of the world that we inhabit and our sense of what's at stake.
Those who will become leaders in these fields going forward need to understand environmental crises from a holistic perspective, and the humanities are an important part of that holistic perspective.
The environmental humanities can bring a full understanding of the root causes of environmental degradation.
The humanities, I think, offer an avenue into the critical understanding of language. I tell my students all the time, and I try to make them think this way about their writing too, every word matters. And we have a degree of serious responsibility for every word that we use. And I think nowhere is that more important than with regard to environmental issues.
So our hope is that students who take courses in the environmental humanities, who develop a specialization in this area, will become those who chart the path going forward regarding human relations to the environment.
Students from the sciences should take away a much more fuller understanding of addressing environmental issues. That there are historical dimensions to it, that there are ethical dimensions to it, and that there are cultural dimensions to it.
I think it is important for people who want to work on environmental issues to have a broadly cross-disciplinary sense of what the field involves, and really to have some background in natural sciences, social sciences, humanities, even other areas. I think that for students, the emergence of the environmental humanities here really should be something incredibly exciting, because it's going to open possibilities for doing work across disciplines, across heretofore disconnected fields, working with different faculty in different areas.
There will, of course, be technological fixes that will help us work through the current environmental crises, but those technological fixes will never take without profound cultural change. We believe that the environmental humanities provide students with the tools for enacting that kind of change.
Mic test. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our... Mic test. Please pardon the interruption. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our next two sessions. Our moderator for the next session is Yang Berusaha, Dr. Fong Cheng Shun, Senior Lecturer, Institute for Advanced Studies, University Malaya. Besides being a senior lecturer at the Institute for Advanced Studies, Dr. Fong is also the program coordinator for the University Malaya Planetary Health Initiative. He completed his bachelor's in environmental science and technology at University Putra, Malaysia, and earned his PhD in environmental science, specializing in urban ecosystem management from University Malaya. Dr. Fong's research focuses on urban ecosystem management, particularly the urban heat island effect in tropical cities. His expertise includes environmental science, sustainable development, and air pollution monitoring. Recognized as a finalist for the Young Scientist Network Academy of Sciences Malaysia, Chrysalis Award, and one of the Malaysia's top 100 scientists in 2020, he has published extensively and serves as a reviewer for high-impact journals. His notable projects include studying urban heat islands, promoting sustainable transportation, and leading carbon neutrality initiatives. Dr. Fong collaborates widely with governmental bodies, private sectors, NGOs, and international researchers. He is also a member of the Malaysian Board of Technologies and various working groups focused on sustainable urban design and human health. Without further ado, I am delighted to welcome Dr. Fong Cheng Chen to the stage. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you for the very kind introduction. And it's always nice to see some familiar faces in the room. So first and foremost, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our enlightening event where we explore the dynamic interplay between science, art, and sustainability. Today we are very privileged to have three distinguished speakers who will share their insights on how interdisciplinary thinking can drive sustainability efforts and also drive how we move towards sustainability in future. And our talk will delve into the importance of polymatic thinking, the fusion of art and science, and the comprehensive understanding of sustainability. So please join me in welcoming our panel speakers. Perhaps can I invite Emeritus Professor Dr. Ng Kwan Hong, Dr. Farid Mohammadi, and Dato Professor Dr. Abdelaziz Bagu to join me at the front. I think this is a better seat here compared to on stage. So maybe you can join me at the front seat here. Dato Professor is here. Dr. Farid. And Emeritus Professor Ng. A while ago, I noticed him somewhere in the back. Okay, so we'll give them perhaps a very brief moment. Yeah, sure. All right. So perhaps I will introduce whoever we have on the floor first. So firstly, we are very honored to have Dato Professor Dr. Abdelaziz Bagu, the Dean of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization at IIUM. Prof. Bagut's extensive research and publications span Islamic history, civilization, and the integration of ethics and values into sustainable development. Dato Professor Dr. Abdelaziz Bagut will discuss art science for achieving a more complete and universal understanding of the sustainability imperative. He will address the complex challenges of sustainability in our rapidly changing world. Prof. Bagut will argue for the convergence of science and art to create a cohesive paradigm that harmonizes various aspects of human civilization, ultimately leading to a sustainable and equitable future. So before I invite Prof. Bagut on stage, I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone, to extend our yeah. So without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Bagut on stage to share your insights. Okay, so I'll take this short moment to briefly introduce our first speaker. It's okay. So we have Emeritus Professor Dr. Ng Kwan Hong, a renowned medical physicist from University Malaya. Prof. Ng has made significant contributions to medical imaging, radiological safety, and medical physics education. He has been recognized globally with numerous awards, including the prestigious Marie Curie Award and the Merdeka Award. So for a full length of his biodata, you can actually go through his bio note in this program book. So Emeritus Professor Dr. Ng will present on polymatic thinking and holistic knowledge as a driver for a sustainable future. He will discuss how polymaths from the Renaissance to the present have used their diverse talents to contribute to advancement in various fields. Prof. Ng will highlight the need to break down disciplinary barriers and embrace a more holistic approach to knowledge, which he believes is essential for building a sustainable future. Prof. Ng, I hand over to you.
Good morning to all of you. First, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to present a keynote lecture on polymatic thinking and holistic knowledge as a driver for a sustainable future. About a year ago, the T.J. Danaraj Library, the medical school, organized an exhibition, and the theme is from darkness to clarity. I think it is appropriate for this conference as we are looking for clarity in sustainability. It features about my research, my career in the university, spending up to 40 years or in the University of Malaya. It's interesting that you talk about the evolution of medical imaging. I work in imaging, you know about CT, MRI, X-ray, but it goes beyond that, looking into a human body as well. And interestingly, it is also a journey for those who came for the exhibition to know about my artistic journey as well. And here are some of my drawings, my photography work. That is amazing for most people who come to know me. And interesting, there is a quote, there is an intern librarian who developed all those designs, and there is a quote, scientists have the facts, artists influence the way we experience the world. Together, they are a powerful source for change. Well, actually, this quote is not from me, but somehow she put my name there. I don't claim to be the originality of this quote, but it fits in nicely. I see a year ago, the librarian Panzanaria has the vision, the farsightedness of this exhibition. It was first of its kind at the University of Malaya or any public library as well. And about 30 years ago, we started to have a personal computer like Apple II and IBM. I was there. Interestingly, I wrote many books in Bahasa Malaysia, and particularly for children, like Pengatur Rocan, Computer dengan Logo. And by the way, Logo is one of the AI languages as well, about 30 years ago. And like first picture book for computers, and there are various illustrations. So I did the sketches, the storybook, working with the professional illustrator for many of these books for children. And also, I was hoping to be a paleontologist, but I can't do anything in Malaysia. There's no dinosaur bones to dig in Malaysia. Anyway, this is outside at the Malaysian Jurassic Park. It is in Penang Hill itself. Interesting. But just show you that life is very exciting, interesting for that. And it is a complex world that live in, really, one that's interconnected. We've seen it from yesterday's talk today. You can see that it shows all the environment, the economy, the culture, the social, the ethical, the political, even the religious aspects, all are interconnected. Despite the technical advances we have today, we really are faced with lots of crises like climate change, environment degradation, social economic inequalities, food shortages, geopolitical conflicts, a lot of them, and cultural shift, and many more. And we have set the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. The target is coming up soon, 2030, 5-6 years to go. But anywhere are we near? Right? Is no poverty in sight? Clean water, quality education. Right? I have the opportunity to work with the UN. That is me at the headquarters in Vienna a couple of times, and have a chance to work with some aspects of it and talking to people and the United Nations system on that. And what we need is to transform, right? And this transformation is very important. So we want to have a sustainable future. And we, collectively, arts and science. By the way, I want to use the word arts to be inclusive of art without the S, which is painting, drawing, with humanities as well, or those in so-called non-art sciences, and the science together. And science will include engineering as well. They must work toward. And the guiding principles toward that, achieving the goal, has been highlighted a couple of times, particularly yesterday's presentation. It will be social justice, equity, peace, and harmony with our environment. And these are the guiding principles to lead us to able to achieve the goal, though the goal might have to be postponed, shift to the future. And I like to bring out this thought. Yesterday, Dr. Osman Bakar talked about C.P. Snow, a British scientist and a novelist. He's more famous as a novelist. Interesting book. I read that when I was in school. The Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution, 1959. Just read about his quote, "Science and the humanities, which represented the intellectual life of the whole of Western society, had become split into two cultures, and that this division was a major handicap to both in solving the world's problems." That's important. He recognized that, well, long ago in the medieval Renaissance, there's no such thing as arts and science. The education is holistic. Right? And the Industrial Revolution came, and we were so specialized and developed further. And he argued that the practitioners in both areas, most of us, academics, researchers, should build bridges to further the progress of human knowledge and to benefit society. Build bridges instead of working in isolation, a silo. It's interesting here. Any of the science students here recognize what equation is that? Well, Prof. Munandi will know what it is. Yeah, Euler's equation. Anyway, this represents the scientists and the social scientists or arts, right? It has come together, right, with all that literature, art, painting, law, economics, and poetry. T.S. Eliot, The Rock. If they can converge, and you can do much more. And there is a synergistic effect in that. While we still are talking about curriculum reform, which is very current in our country and other countries, we could learn from the old school system of holistic education. And also, we are going to a lot of interdisciplinary in as well. Well, we can learn from the polymaths, which are people who have learned much of the medieval times and Renaissance, which I'll go into that shortly. So they have used the skills, the holistic knowledge to benefit the society. And the Renaissance, we recognize that. I'm happy you see the Leonardo da Vinci's picture in his quote in the program book. It's a period of rebirth. It started in Europe, in Italy, particularly in Florence and then in Venice, about 1359 to 1600 and then spread to Europe and elsewhere. So it's a rebirth or reawakening of the arts culture and many more. Okay. Same time, discovery of America, a mechanical clock was invented, and fall of the Byzantine Empire as well. It's interesting, this period. We can learn a lot from the Renaissance. And the iconic person, the man of Renaissance is Leonardo da Vinci. You can recognize his paintings of Mona Lisa, The Last Supper, as an engineer, the helicopters and flight devices, and as an anatomist. In fact, it's so amazing that we compare today, we do anatomy, dissection, and it's so accurate that he picked those. Truly a Renaissance man. And how many have you visited this? I went there a couple of times. We had an exhibition at the National Art Gallery 2019, especially on Leonardo da Vinci, sponsored by the Italian embassy. Right? And it's a digital representation of his most famous artwork and various manuscripts. So that showed that how our country also recognizes the importance of Da Vinci's influence. And this is also one of the most iconic sketches from him, the Vitruvian Man. Right? It's probably the most iconic drawings or sketches in the world. Right? It portrays essentially about us as human, and with the whole world, the society, and also with the cosmos. Right? Prof. Raymond also mentioned about the cosmos, and it's important. And even here, see me wearing a T-shirt with the Vitruvian Man. That is a very important part. Now, Renaissance man, universal man, homo universale, is this ideal developed from the Renaissance period, and that a man can do all things if he will. Leon Battista Alberti is an architect. This embodied the basic tenets of Renaissance, even today. And you can adopt that, right? A man can do all things if he will, if he want to do. We could. Right? We can learn anything if we want, okay? Because God created us with that faculties of learning. And let me explain about polymath. Leonardo is described as the polymath, one who has learned much.
Test, mic test.
Hello, testing, 1, 2.
Mic test.
It has a Greek origin, the word polymathos, right? One who learned much in different fields of study, in different domains. And Leonardo da Vinci is an example. None of us ever in the history can be like him as an artist, architect, sculptor, an engineer, anatomist, and many more as well, yet to be discovered. Right? It's a Renaissance man. So the polymath is one driven by curiosity. That is very important. It's very passionate in learning, and it synergizes different knowledge, science, humanities, philosophy, arts, and any knowledge. Right? And the book by Waqas Ahmed mentioned that it's mastered at least 3 domains or 3 fields of study. We'll find out more. These are some classic examples, like Omar Khayyam, Emile Sina, Blaise Pascal, Benjamin Franklin, Marie Curie, and many others. These are the classic examples of polymath. Right? They are not only one field. Like Omar Khayyam, it's beautiful poems by him. Different cultures will appreciate that. And I wrote an editorial last year, Modern Renaissance, Need for Holistic Knowledge and Polymath to Drive Change, right? To drive the change we want to have a sustainable world to live in. I'll give you some in depth about like Imicina or Ibusina. The Latinized word is Avicenna. Interesting is lived in the 11th century in Persia. Is a physician, more well known like for us in medical. Is a physician, philosopher, theologian, a mathematician, a poet, astronomer as well. So he's regarded as a father of modern medicine. And you see the canon of medicine in Arabic, but later translated Latin, is used for centuries in Europe, and it's the medicine flourish. And that is in Messina. And even in Sixth College in University of Malaya, the campus is named after him. And beside him is Associate Prof. Dr. Narizo Adib. I regard him as an example of polymath. He's in biomedical engineering. I taught him once. He writes poetry. He's an artist. He's very talented person. Contribute a lot. And the other one is René Descartes. He's a French guy, philosopher, scientist, mathematician, metaphysicist, and physiologist. Interesting. He's regarded as a father of analytical geometry and father of modern philosophy as well. And those of us in the humanities will probably learn his basic in philosophy, particularly the Latin phrase cogito ergo sum, meaning I think, therefore I am. It is really the basics of the philosophy, even across the different religions as well. And there is a famous book on philosophia. And what else? And we have this Cartesian coordinate system, right? With X, Y, the graph we learn in school, secondary school, and that is named after him, right? So that is also a polymath in his time. And there are many such examples. The book mentioned Aristotle, Schenko from China, and Ibn Khaldun, and you have Copernicus, Leibniz, Johann van Goethe, Florence Nightingale, you have Lewis Carroll, Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore, and still living Maya, what is it? Yeah. So now, these are mentioned in Waka's book. There are many others. I just picked some. And just notice there are fields of expertise or domains. Right? You have philosophy, you have some you can't imagine. Right? How could, for example, Aristotle, he's a zoologist as well. Right? You have Goethe, the famous German guy, right? The philosopher, the poet, artist, lawyer, scientist. These are some examples of the recognized polymath through time and space. Today we are in the AI, we talk about algorithm, right? And do you know that it came from this guy, Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi. This is statue in Pakistan. It is just published recently in May this year. He's recognized as a father of algebra, a grandfather of computer science. Right? Not a lot of people know about that. I lived in the 8th century, long ago. Look at the drawing there. This is his handwriting in Arabic, and probably you recognize, you learn, right? I guess it's how to calculate the area of a parallelogram. I learned in school as well. So that is important contribution. And his name, Al-Khwarizmi, and this is how we derive today, right, in Latinized, so it's algorithmy and algorithm as we today. So he's really had developed a lot on algebra and also the foundation for computer science as we know today. So all of us could become a polymath in some way. You may think, oh, these are great men in the past. We don't have that kind of intelligence. But no. But are we ready to unlock our potential? It's possible. Somehow we talk about polymath, we think of like multitasking. There's a stigma, a jack of all trades, a master of none, right? It's very common. You need to specialize, you can't. But do you know that there's a broader sense, the version? A jack of all trades is a master of none, but often better than a master of one. So you think of that, right? It's good to be master of different trades. Don't just zoom in, specialize in one. That's what It's happening today. Mothers are a good example. Did you realize the mothers, they are polymorphs, like they're everything. They are chef, they are engineer, economist, right? The nurse. Imagine, like, the mother's not around, the whole family will be chaotic. Things don't function. So the mothers are polymorphs, right? They are master of everything. They really get the whole family going, get the united, right? And that is a good example that all of us could be polymorphs. So unlocking the power of human versatility. And I want to introduce the book by Waqas Ahmad. It's excellent book, very inspirational. This is a subtitle of his book. Now he is a British, live in London, interesting guy. Is an author, scholar, scientist, creator, artist, historian, journalist, a trainer. He trains people in the gym. Interesting guy. He's involved in a lot of interdisciplinary, intercultural education. If we can bring him here, it would be excellent. It's very popular. So this is a book, The Polymath, published 2018 widely. So he premises is that every person has limitless potential from birth, and we all recognize it. We all believe in that. And this is a very important question he posed. Why then do parents, schools, and employers insist that we restrict our many talents and interests, that we specialize in just one? We know we have been streamed young age, 15, 16, arts or science, and we still continue to that and specialize. So that is a question he posed, and many people have posed that. Just example about his reputation. He's regarded as a true polymath, a great thinker, writer, well recognized even by Edward de Bono and others as well. Now, in his book, there are 6 steps that we can learn to unlock the various talents and knowledge within us. And I will introduce these 6 steps briefly. Hope that we can be inspired by these 6 steps. First is know thyself, know ourselves. It's very important. And we have many talents all within us. We need to understand ourselves, analyze, and focus on areas where our talent, also our passion, intersect, bring the success. Like yesterday, Dr. Gillian Oy, right? She's passion on seagrass, she's talent in music, acting. So put that together and she can do so much. And that's a good example of art science in practice. And those people often, the example will show, they have some degree of eccentricity, right? You might think they have been mad, but it's okay, right? They are very intense in the curiosity. They might not sleep, eat for days, and just want to find out the truth. Right? And they are also intelligent, most of them, and also non-conformist attitude. Because you need to question. You can't accept everything is given. You need to question the tradition. Then we have progress. And number 2 is unlock your curiosity. And curiosity is a very important. Right? It is a foundation. It's a beginning of knowledge. Right? And St. Augustine mentioned that, a philosopher, a theologian as well. It's a beginning of knowledge. You have a curiosity to find out why, how happened. So we know something, but we also are curious to find out how does it work. So if we can bring this together, narrow that, and you clear out our doubts and the ambiguity, that will be good. And once we recognize that and let our curiosity find out why, talk to people in different disciplines, and then we will find joy and find love of learning. Often we leave school or stop learning, but it's become a lifelong learning, and rekindle our interest in learning and curiosity, and have an open mind and a grow attitude. You keep on growing and ending. And the third is nurture your various abilities. We have various skills you learn, like the mothers. Instead of pigeonhole to one, I only specialize in microbiology, I just do it and I don't want to know about anything. But the example here, you can be a musician as well. You can work on different areas. But somehow we are constrained, unfortunately, by KPI. And we just do, okay, let's say you are the English department, you just do literature, nothing else. But we could expand that as well. And you need to appreciate the diversity and the richness of our intelligence. It's something that we hardly could understand. So we need also the social, emotional intelligence. They are very important, not just knowledge, head knowledge. Right? And tap into your versatility and move between fields of knowledge. We don't realize how versatile we could be until when the crisis occurs or we need. So it's important to do that. But we are in the super or hyper specialization. They sort of counter the move towards versatility. So that's why we encourage interdisciplinary research, and that's where art, science, and others meet together. They will develop new ideas. We generate innovative ideas as well. So it is a key aspect of exploring the idea to survive in this very disruptive society today. Right? We have a lot of this, like AI is disruptive and many others. So we need to prepare for that. And the fifth is connect the dots. And what we are doing, bring people together from different disciplines, different interests. For example, I have a background in physics and engineering, so apply that in medicine, and that has brought a lot of innovation. That is an example. The eureka moment comes as well. So if the art science, and this is an opportunity for us, the intersection of different worlds, we see how people think and how we interact with them and bring these different skills, knowledge together. So we connect the dots. And lastly, integrate many fields of expertise to offer clarity and overall perspective. Remember the exhibition, Darkness to Clarity. We want clarity in what we want to do. So the system thinking is important. The world is interconnected, so we need to have a proper understanding in its respective context and recognizing the independence of various components in this complex world, the relationship, the connectivity, and that is very important. And there's a branch in life science called system biology, and that is one is booming. It's very deep insight into understanding. And unfortunately, our education system, historical, is very compartmentalized. Right? We go into science, arts, and then we just stream, and then you can't choose other things. If, for example, in my secondary school, I wanted literature, I wasn't allowed because I was in a science stream. So that is a good example. Nevertheless, I learned, I took classes as well. So you need to see bigger picture. If there's a BFM, the bigger picture, and they're trying to do that. Look at things, a bigger, broader view, world view, rather than just a tunnel vision. So these are the 6 steps recommended by Waqas Ahmed, a modern-day polymath, very successful, has inspired a lot of people. So are we inspired to unlock the power of human versatility within us, every one of us? And I'd like to briefly mention another great educationist, Edgar Morin, a French guy, not very well known outside because he writes most of it in French. Also a polymath in media studies, sociology, anthropology, ecology, system biology as well. And the United Nations, through UNESCO, invited him, commissioned him to have this book, 7 complex lessons in education for the future. It's so appropriate. It fits into our system today. Just show you the preface of his book. We must rethink our way of organizing knowledge. This means breaking down the traditional barriers between disciplines and conceiving new ways to reconnect that which has been torn apart. And we have to redesign our educational policies and programs. And as we put these reforms into effect, we have to keep our sights on the long term and honor our tremendous responsibility for future generations. A lot of truth in that. We are facing that dilemma today with our educational system. And we all should read the book and recommend the policymakers to understand. So think of the future generation. We need to have the intergeneration justice for others that the sustainability is all about, and to redesign a system. And these are the pearls of wisdom I've introduced, and yesterday, Dr. Osman Bakar, CPs know about the 2 cultures, art and science, to converge, and the 6 steps by Waqas Ahmad, polymath, and briefly preface from Edgar Morin. And there's one interesting, maybe in the next lecture I'll talk about that, the book from US. It's about, we all come from the same tree, right? We have different branches, but all go back to the same tree, same roots. And that is a very good insight to all those. And finally, what are we doing here? Quoting Antoine Saint-Exupéry, our task is just not come and listen to feel good, but to enable it. We get it done, right? We get going, action. And this is our task. from the Little Prince's book, the most well-known books published in the most number of languages in the world. Just yesterday, talking about Singapore, I told him I'll continue with this. Singapore Art Science Museum, fantastic, in the Bay, must visit, excellent, you learn a lot. And in Academic Sciences Malaysia, we also have the exhibition. We're promoting art science a great deal. And we are proud we have art colonies recently, I think still there, using arts to explain economics. And in my faculty, we also have medical humanities and ethics. We have healing through words, not just through medicine, or exploring the intersection between medicine and poetry. This is what we're trying to do. And this is from my colleague, one of the UN staff. Look at this, his creation, amazing, right? It's creative, it's beautiful, but look at the science as well. How could that structure stand just on one leg itself? Right? So you get people think about the science as well. So there's beauty, there is science as well. So there are many activities we are engaged in. And the journals like Nature, New Scientist always have articles about art-minded scientists, science-minded artists. They work together to produce lots of interesting ideas. The whole idea is to bring people together to reshape the narrative, think about understanding for a better world. And not to forget one of the recent achievement, innovation, my colleague, Dr. Muhammad Fakri Zaki, architect from UPM, he organized this with the students. That's why he called himself a coordinator lecturer. It's called the Birds of Malaysia. It was displayed about a year ago in KLIA. Now it's shifted, display in KLIA 2. Right? If a departure, you will not miss this structure. It's interesting. And there you see the art piece, your architecture and engineering marvel. How could that structure just stand on one foundation? How did they do it? And the history of Malaysia, there they show 50 Malaysian icons from first Prime Minister Tunku Abdul Rahman to people like Siddiq Brothers, Michelle Yeoh, and all those who have contributed in different areas to Malaysia as well. You have now Muhammad Nasir there, and very interesting people, the shoe designer, all those. So that is this Muhammad Sak, right? So you can see how we do have holistic thinking and polymers. And recently, just came out 2 weeks ago in my field of study, we do phantom to mimic the human body we study. Because, for example, the breast, not just the anatomy, but there's a blood flow in the brain. So they're very difficult to mimic the human organs to study. So notice that the authors have used the Vitruvian man superimpose different organs and study. So these are work in ongoing, just show you the complexity of the human body we are still trying to understand. And what do you think of this beautiful painting? Well, it just recently published, amazing. The scientists took 1 mm cube, can you imagine how small, from the cortex, the outer part of the brain, and study under electron microscope and slice it. And they take images, and it comes out to about a petabyte of memory. We know about gigabyte, terabyte, but a petabyte is 1,400 terabytes, huge amount, just only 1 mm cube. And they capture about 150 million synapses, the connection with the brain. This shows that we begin to try to understand how the brain works. And they published this paper in the Science just recently. And we look at the brain. Now, why they mentioned, well, because we talk about art science come together, we think, oh, I'm no good in maths, I can't do science, I have to do art. No, but all of us can, remember, if we will, right? We can learn anything, we can master anything. And look at that, right? The brain, we have limitless learning capacity. There's no memory full, not like a computer. No, it never happened. It's efficient processing capability and incredible solving complex problem, which AI can't do, and infinite memory storage. And this is how the brain was designed in a marvelous way, a wonderful design. And this is MRI, this is my core competency, I do imaging as well. We still are trying to understand how the brain works. It's so complex, so complicated. And that's interesting. Let me see, can you click on the sound? Now, This is the first in the universe from the James Webb Space Telescope, the first one in 2022. Right? This is amazing.
That might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped
Interesting,
together.
how this come up.
Similar
It's
epics
interfering
and
from
user
somewhere
stories
outer
grouped
space.
together for
But
planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint.
probably this is the next speech, the recording. But just to show you, we talk about Artscience, the different masterpieces are produced, the sculpture, but that picture, the first one, the James Webb, is amazing. It would consider as the greatest masterpiece of Artscience, isn't it? You look at that. Anyone would know what piece is this? In the music, many of you, is Gustav Holst, The Planet. This is Jupiter. And since we are doing planetary health, I would suggest that we have this as a theme song. It's Planet, Gustav Holst. It's a well-known. You just sit there and listen and admire God's creation. You is just amazed that it's the greatest masterpiece ever. Okay. Right. So we have to go for real transformation by adopting the polymethod thinking and holistic knowledge. And we must change to transform. We talk about transformation. It means change to achieve the sustainable goal. And it is my motto: to achieve more, we should imagine together and change. And let us make a difference to change for the common good of humanity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Emeritus Prof. Ng, for his sharing. So if I may recap at a very short duration. So he has shown that polymaths have been walking on this planet since very, very long time ago. And most of us are a polymath without us realizing it. So he gave an example of mom. They are born to be polymath. Similarly, like lecturers, because of the KPI system, we are also a teacher, a researcher, and also service providers to the communities and such. So I believe there are also various examples that we can actually pick from Prof. Ng's sharing just now. So besides that, we can actually be polymath if and only if we will. So that's also something that we can also look into. So we have to be curiosity-driven and be open. And so thanks again, Prof. Emeritus, for inspiring all of us. You definitely inspired me. So this is my first forced attempt to be a poet. So curiosity kills the cat, but not the person that tried to be a polymath. So I'm not sure whether is that a good attempt or not, but yeah. So with that being said, let's move to the second speaker. So I would like to invite Dr. Farid Mohammadi, a lecturer at the University of Malaya's English Department. Dr. Mohammadi's research focuses on eco-criticism and the intersection of environment and aesthetics. His work brings a unique perspective on how contemporary art can challenge and reshape traditional understandings. Dr. Farid will speak on art science as a pathway to sustainability, reimagining knowledge through contemporary art and cultural initiatives in Southeast Asia. His presentation will explore how the integration of art and science can lead to a decolonized and holistic knowledge system. So by examining cultural initiatives like Ho Zu Yen's Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia, Dr. Mohammadi will illustrate how art science can foster sustainable development and challenge colonial legacies. Let's welcome Dr. Farid to share its insights.
Distinguished professors, dear friends, and honored guests, greetings. It is a profound privilege to address such an esteemed assembly of scholars. I am deeply appreciative of the efforts of the Center of Civilizational Dialogue and all the organizing bodies in making this pivotal conference on art, science, and sustainability possible. My gratitude extends to everyone who has worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this great event. My name is Farid Mohammadi. My academic focus mainly encompasses environmental aesthetics, specifically the intersection of nature, landscape, philosophy of art, contemporary philosophy of art, and continental philosophy. As you see, the title is The Art Science as a Pathway to Sustainability. So in my talk, I will explore the significant role of art science in decolonizing knowledge within Southeast Asia. This will be examined through the impactful works of Ho Zu Yen, particularly his project, The Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia, whose artistic endeavors challenge entrenched colonial legacies and provoke a re-evaluation of historical and cultural narratives in this region. By integrating artistic practices with art science, with scientific methodologies, technologies, gadgets, Ho Zu Yen's work exemplifies how art science can create a decolonized and holistic knowledge system that promotes sustainability, development, and also to preserve cultural identity. I assert that art science plays a crucial role in challenging and reshaping the narratives that have traditionally dominated our understanding of Southeast Asia. Ho Zu Yen's artistic involvement does more than critique colonial history. It entrenches our cultural dialogue and advocates for a broader, more inclusive approach to creating and sharing knowledge. Furthermore, I will discuss how these artistic endeavors are paving sustainable paths for intellectual and cultural development in the region by blending artistic expressions with scientific explorations. Art science projects like Ho Zu Yen's illustrate the potential, the capability, the opportunities for fostering sustainable and equitable futures through innovative cultural and artistic initiatives. Now, let us travel across history and revisit the past for a brief re-examination of what happened when it comes to the history of the region. The colonial era was characterized by a comprehensive reconfiguration of local histories, identities, and narratives, often distorting and suppressing indigenous perspectives to align with Western objectives. This cultural imposition extended beyond mere resource exploitation, aiming to fundamentally transform the social landscape through the introduction of Western or particularly European epistemic frameworks. These transformations significantly impacted the region's cultural and educational system, marginalizing local knowledge and tradition in favor of Western methodologies. By epistemic framework, I mean the methods and structures used to create, communicate, and produce knowledge. These colonial and interventions were not limited to governance, but sought to reshape the paradigms of understanding themselves. Consider the following examples. Educational system. Schools introduced curricula centered on Western knowledge, marginalizing local languages, dialects, and traditional educational practices. Western legal frameworks replaced the existing local traditions, imposing foreign governance structures. And when it comes to cartography and territorial reconfiguration, they redrew boundaries and redefined spatial concepts, enforcing a Western-centric view of geography. And also, of course, people and cultures were studied through an Orientalist lens, often depicting Western cultural contexts and frameworks superior as other cultural contexts. These examples highlight the extensive reshaping of Southeast Asia's epistemological landscapes, setting a critical stage for contemporary artists like Hu Zuyen, who engage with these legacies to decolonize knowledge and reclaim narrative authority through the union of art and science, and through the eyes of the people of the region. Addressing the deep-seated impacts of colonialism, it is essential for integrating aesthetic methodologies in reshaping Southeast Asia. There is a critical need to decolonize knowledge by reclaiming and revitalizing indigenous epistemologies and integrating them into mainstream educational and cultural discourses. Decolonizing knowledge can also pave the way for a future that respects and incorporates indigenous perspectives, and also very crucial and significant when it comes to preserving the our cultural identity. Hu Zuyen's Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia stands as a pivotal counter to enduring colonial impacts in the region. This innovative project transcends traditional art forms, evolving into scholarly endeavors that utilizes multimedia art to challenge and perhaps reinterpret the entrenched colonial narratives. Through dynamic artistic expressions, he critically examines how Southeast Asia's history has been constructed. You know, all nations, all their understanding, mostly coming from reputable and prestigious publications like publication houses like Palgrave, Macmillan, Oxford, Cambridge. We all, you know, whatever that we learn, encyclopedias. So contemporary artists like Hu Zuyen, they're trying to say we can also define, we can also offer definitions through the lens of our own cultural understanding. Through dynamic artistic expression, he also interrogates historical narratives while proposing new ways to engage with and understand them, blending art and science to foster a decolonized and holistic knowledge system. For example, he's using video installation, theatrical performances, and soundscapes as part of his project. As you see, he offers viewers new ways of perceiving his art through visions and interactive outdoor art, augmented reality and exhibition, VR, and devices that he use. And the main feature of the exhibition is moving image installation. You know, the artists, along with a team of software developers, media artists, they create an algorithm that mixes text, music, and also different clips related to the alphabetized list of concepts. This algorithm generates new combinations every time that people try to put on the device and somehow immerse themselves across different rooms of the exhibitions. He also digs through layers of history to create his own version of reality. The Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia utilizes a nonlinear associative approach that offers a comprehensive exploration of Southeast Asia's identity. The methodology counters the often linear and oversimplified historiographical methods used during colonial times, which failed to recognize the complexities and nuances of Southeast Asian cultures. He disrupts these conventional histories by selecting examples that truly reflect the region's complexity. His integration of video installation, augmented reality, theatrical performance, and soundscape, combined with a broad spectrum of historical and contemporary references, provides a multi-dimensional perspective on different regions across the region. Hu Zuyen's artistic practice can be described as an emancipatory mode of knowledge production within the framework of art science. This approach transcends merely challenging existing narrative. It actually actively creates space for new form of knowledge production that are rooted in the sensory and experiential understanding as opposed to purely cognitive and somehow sometimes too much philosophical or archival method. By integrating artistic practices with scientific devices and modes, his project highlights the fluidity of identity in the region, resisting static categorization and embracing inherent pluralism. So later on, I will tell you, I will further clarify about the A to Z ideas that collide like particles in Brownian motion. So this phenomenon is named after after the botanist Robert Brown, who first observed this phenomenon in 1827. It is a very significant concept in physics, illustrating how particles move unpredictably due to constant invisible impacts from the surrounding molecules. So it means that when you actually visit this exhibition, every time the way you want to actually experience definitions and understandings is actually every time will be something new. So you're not going to see a specific topic or specific somehow slide over and over again. Hu Zuyen's artistic work within art science framework is vital, is crucial. Through diverse expression, he encourages re-evaluation of Southeast Asian history by mixing science latest technologies and definitions of identity, different forms of art, showcasing the potential, the opportunities to create holistic and sustainable knowledge system. The Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia merges art and science to explore the essence using the 26 letters of the Roman alphabet. Each letter delves into key crucial concepts, historical figures, events, cultural phenomena, highlighting the region's complexity. Hu Zuyen combines multimedia installation, performances, video art to reinterpret the traditional knowledge in a very aesthetically presentable mode of understanding and mode of learning. His works mix archival footage with stage performances, creating narrative that question the historical representation. Theoretical elements integrated with digital media creates new waves, new flows for spectatorship, fostering immersive, reflective interaction and challenging the boundaries between historical truth and artistic, personal, subjective interpretation. So by blending artistic modes of somehow engaging with the art, with scientific exploration, his work, his project, aiming to deconstruct colonial narratives and foster a decolonized, inclusive understanding of Asia's vibrant and rich diversity. Now, let me give you some examples. For example, let us focus on the alphabet N. For example, entry N critically explores the concept of nationhood through a series of video essays. It interrogates the constructed nature of identity, particularly as they were shaped during and after the colonial era. By juxtaposing these artificial constructs with local narratives, legends, folk stories, folk tales, he vividly highlights the stark discrepancies between Western-oriented narratives promoted by colonial and post-colonial layers and the lived local histories. Or if we, let's say, select the alphabet C, it provides a critical examination of the impacts of colonial rule. It addresses the economic, cultural, and psychological ramification of colonialism through a series of installations that recreate settings from the colonial era that juxtapose with indigenous art forms. He powerfully underscores the somehow violent disrupts and the enduring transformation that colonialism has induced. These entries within the critical dictionary of Southeast Asia exemplify how art science can actually produce knowledge and decolonize information by challenging and reinterpreting historical narratives from a local perspective, providing a richer and more nuanced understanding of the region's cultural and historical complexities. Now, let us talk about the methodologies, actually, the type of structures he's using, which can be actually defined, categorized as multi-sensorial art, which involves engaging multiple senses like sight, sound, touch to create a rich and immersive experiences for the audience. This approach goes beyond visual art to include elements like soundscape, tactile installations, and olfactory elements by simultaneously stimulating multiple senses. These art forms a deeper emotional and cognitive aspect. He's trying to actually implement affective aspects in his art as well, making the experience more impactful and memorable. Another aspect is rhizomatic structure. Those who are familiar with continental philosophy, obviously definitely must be familiar with two significant names, Guattari and Deleuze, significant figures. So this rhizomatic structure within art, inspired by the ideas of Deleuze and Guattari, the structure in art, the nature, the essence of rhizomatic structure is that it is exploratory, interconnected networks that allow for multiple non-linear entry and exit points. This contrasts with traditional tree-form classic understanding of ideas. So in Hu Zuyan's work, the rhizomatic structure allows for a more fluid and dynamic exploration of themes, reflecting the complexity, because his aim is to showcase the complexities and interconnectedness of cultural, historical, and artistic narratives. Performative installations blend elements of theater, dance, live art with traditional static installation. They are designed to create a dynamic interaction between the artwork and the audience, art versus man, and the combination will be the understanding, new forms of understanding. They are designed to create a dynamic interaction, emphasizing the process of creating and experiencing over the final product. This approach can challenge viewers' perception and encourage them to engage with the art and somehow touch something which is not, really physically available in a more personal, emotional, effective, and interactive level. The entries within the Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia exemplify how art science, how technology can interrogate and help and revise entrenched historical narratives, offering fresh perspective and understanding of past events. Through his project, he creates a platform for alternative histories and narratives to be recognized and considered, significantly contributing to a broader efforts of decolonizing by recognizing and considering the definitions and the understanding of the others. By blending artistic expressions with scientific methodologies, latest technologies, texts, gadgets, this initiative not only revisit what we think we know about the region, but also challenges the very foundation of how knowledge and art are produced, felt, experienced, and accepted. By integrating his methodology, these works enhance cultural preservation and promote sustainability by engaging local communities, local stories, local folk tales in meaningful ways. Local artists, historians, and the public can collaborate on projects that reflect and honor their unique cultural context by creating installation, performances, becoming part of the art. And also the active participation of the community members. These projects create the relevance of their artwork and encourage active participation in retelling the stories and histories. Scholars, artists, and cultural practitioners can integrate these art science methodologies into educational and cultural institutions to ensure that teaching, discussing, understanding history, art are dynamic and diverse. By doing so, they contribute to intellectual and cultural reclamation, shaping a more inclusive and equitable future for Southeast Asia. So at the end, allow me to show you some glimpses of how the exhibition actually works. Like when you visit, actually the structure of the building is also, it's not traditional. You know, the way you find your way, it depends on the subject. So trying to create a kind of 4D experience for the visitors. And as you see, the combination of space, place, atmosphere, the structure of the room, lighting, everything is somehow trying to be very innovative, very new. And also the elements of being very approaching art minimalistically as much as possible so that you don't have distractions. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Farid, for that very insightful sharing. So it's very nice to see how, through examples of how Ho Zu Yen's Critical Dictionary of Southeast Asia is able to mix art and science to rethink and challenge old colonial ideas in Southeast Asia. So it really opens up our eyes to see how we can push for sustainable development by looking at knowledge in new ways. So thank you again, Dr. Farid, for that. So let's move on to our final speaker. I would like to invite on stage, when we are very honored to have Datuk Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bagud, the Dean of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization at IIUM. Prof. Bagud's extensive research and publications span Islamic history, civilization, and the integration of ethics and values into sustainable development. He will discuss art science for achieving a more complete and universal understanding of the sustainability imperative. He will address the complex challenges of sustainability in our rapidly changing world. Prof. Bhagat will argue for the convergence of science and art to create a cohesive paradigm that harmonizes various aspects of human civilization, ultimately leading to a sustainable and equitable future. Now, please welcome Datuk Professor Dr. Abdulaziz Bhagat to share his insight.
Thank you very much, brother. Okay, I'm not sure, after you have heard all this wisdom and all these ideas, and it's almost 1 o'clock, so what do you expect from myself too? I'm going to just give some footnotes of what these great two scholars have explained to us in this session. But before that, let me thank Prof. Dato Azizan Baharuddin for this great effort and for this great conference, along with the other organizers. It's really wonderful to have a conference on this topic during this time and these critical times, brothers and sisters. And I was very impressed with the presentation, particularly Professor who presented, and actually he ended up by saying we should look at the bigger picture. That's what was his last statement in the last slide. And our brother Farid, Dr. Farid, also looked like heading towards the same thinking, talking about the narrative and decolonization and all this. And I think that's very beautiful because we can, that's why the topic here is art, science, and sustainability, understanding the big picture and agency of humanity values driven narrative, because we are all convinced here and in many other parts of the world that science should work with arts or arts should work with science. And we are all convinced that they should be together and working together. But the main question is, for what purpose? That's the last thing. Before I came to the stage here, Prof. Azizan says, for what purpose? So brothers and sisters, I think that's what I'm going to approach here. But I was also impressed with our professor who quoted many scholars from the Islamic civilization, from Western civilization, from all parts. But I'm going to go back down to the last slide and quote one scholar who is Dr. Ikeda Dayasako. Okay, so I want you to, because I'm going to put what he said as the starting point for my very little comments to you. That's what he says here. Just as a spring breeze awakened tender new shots of green, sincere encouragement can thaw and a frozen heart and instill courage. It is the most powerful means to rejuvenate the human spirit. Next, great art is created only through diligent and painstaking effort to perfect and polish oneself. The education, the emotion generated by a work of art, and I think you have already read what he is saying here. So the last one, knowledge alone does not produce wisdom. Transforming knowledge into wisdom requires input from the heart. So I think talking about art and science, or science and art, should start talking about the human being. Because we can give a lot of examples of how arts is great in science, how science also leads to arts. But in the end, if the output of science or the contribution of arts not leading to dealing with the human soul and the human heart and the human being, in the end, it's all business as usual, or daily business of an artist and daily business of a scientist. And that's why it is very important to go back and talk about the bigger picture of how the situation of arts and science become and reach the level of today. And today in this conference, we are all talking about how to bridge arts and science and arts. Why this happened in the last 150 years? And we reached the level where every one of us now wanted to talk about what we call bridging the arts and science. That's a very important question. We are all doing science, we are all doing arts. But in the end, we have a lot of chaos in the world. Environmental issues, very big problems in the world. More blood, more corruption, more crimes, more, and on the other hand, more arts, more beauty, more aesthetics, more invention, more artificial intelligence. And then we complain about artificial intelligence. ChatGPT become a big problem. Our student become cheating. That one become cheating. So how? There is something wrong. So we need to go to the structure and the mind and the worldview that created this science, and the structure, the mind, the worldview that created this art, which in many places, in many parts, are not converging, are not working hand in hand. While we are saying, as Howard Gardner, who introduced the idea of the multiple intelligences, speaking about the human being who got a lot of multi-intelligences, including the soul, the heart, the music, the art. And in the end, when we talk about a human being, who is a human being? Human being is not only body, is not only senses, is not only brain, but he is also soul and heart. Means in me, as a human being, regardless of my religion, all knowledge is in me. The knowledge of arts, the knowledge of science, the knowledge of artificial intelligence, it's all in me because I have the tools of, have the heart for empathy, for compassion, for love, for caring, for serving, for humanity, for values, and I have the brain, and I have the brain for intelligence, for artificial. But why in me I got that contradiction? And we created science's bodies of knowledge in the last 150 years, a body of knowledge which is value-free, which created a very sophisticated civilization in all areas: economics, politics, social science, human science, behavioral science, natural science, all are there. So brothers and sisters, to me is very simple. We need to go to the basic question: as a human being, what are you doing here in this great house created for you by God and made in such a way in which this earth where we live is just a very simple, tiny thing in maybe 20 trillion planets of this world, which we don't know yet. And science has to explore, and social science has to explore, and how the future of science and knowledge will be 100 years from now. Looking at all what is happening in artificial intelligence, in future studies, in all this, how do we see the world there? This question of art and science 100 years from now will be the most dangerous question of humanity. So we are addressing it today so that we tell the worldview that needs to be adopted from now if we need sustainability in the future, if we need the great humans in the future, if we need the humans who can really love nature and love the universe and love themselves and love their creator and love what they are doing here. Brothers, I thought my time is finished. So, brothers and sisters, I just start from here and talk about humanity values-driven sustainability. Because we are talking about sustainable development and sustainability and the 17 SDGs, which were mooted in 2015 and become the daily business of 193 countries. And we are trying to do our best to create a balanced civilization again by addressing all the 17 SDGs, including environment, including poverty, including arts, including peace, it's all wonderful and great, brothers and sisters. So here I'm talking about a model of sustainability that is based on these 4 aspects. You know, the United Nations sustainability model, they focus on environment, economics, and society. And that's great. And the 5 principles are planet, prosperity, cooperation, and they talk about peace, they talk about these principles. So here we are trying to add one aspect, which is humanity-driven civilization and culture. So if you see the sustainable development, you can read by yourself this. The gist of the lecture is all here. So when you talk about society, you talk about economy, you talk about environment, it's all great. But you have to talk about the human being. You have to put in the center of the narrative of SDGs, the human being become the center of all other activities. I do art, I do science, I do business, I do whatever. It's for the benefit and interest of the human being. And the human being is you and me and everyone in this world, brothers and sisters. So, talking about culture, values, and spirituality becomes essential in talking about a bigger narrative, a bigger sustainability of the future. Because creating a model of sustainability based mainly on numbers and measures and indicators and the tangible things, and all measured by KPIs and sophisticated, you can do all this. But if the human being himself is not convinced about making it green, whatever you do of policies, you will find problems. If the human being is not convinced in his mind and heart and soul and culture with that behavior which is needed, you do whatever thing, you will always find people who will not follow that. So by including culture, spirituality, values, and the human being, we are saying that now we want a sustainable development or sustainability which is driven by human culture, by the soul. Then later on we'll see the implication. We talk about science, whether we talk about soul science or soulless science. If science leads you to destroy your environment, your house, your resources, then we need to say, for what purpose? We are creating all this. If your arts artless and leading to destroying your heritage, your culture, yourself, your worldview, then we need to say what type of sustainability we want. So moving from here, it is very clear that we are trying to project. You see, this is the things that I mentioned about sustainability. These are all the principles. It's a wonderful project for the world. Many countries are doing well, but the measures, the results, the findings showing that it's quite impossible to achieve many of these indicators of the 17 SDGs by 2030. That's why we need to look for the dynamic, the most important factors that can actually accelerate what we want to do. That's why this idea of the human being in the center of all what we do is very crucial. And the educational system, the cultural system, the whatever system need to reprioritize this human being into the movements and the activities of development. So what do we have here? You see the 17 SDGs here, as we are talking about sustainability. So there is a question, what is the missing? What is the 18? SDG number 18, SDG number 19, number 20, number whatever. So I did some kind of research. I found that there are many proposals by many groups, many people who to enhance the sustainability model of the world today as the future, based on what we are seeing in the world of this post-normal dynamics, the chaos, the complexity, the intensity of issues and problems, the sensitivity of issues happening in one part makes trouble in the economy of many other parts of the world. Many things are changing. So some of these scholars, the researchers, they say that the SDG is okay, but there are things missing. What are the missing things? They propose, some of them are here. Some of the people, they say, I think we have a problem with SDG to the population of the world is too much, to a lot. So one of the SDGs should be end population growth. Maybe they want to bring us to 4 billion. So this is a thinking which is there. They have groups, there is a thinking. Some others, they are, say for example, democratic governments, clean air, because we have a very big problem with the air, and even people, there is one, I give you the summary of all this. These are the proposed SDG 18, many of them, everybody is proposing, including youth equity, space for all, no homelessness, no displacement, space economy, life with artificial, digital technologies. These are all proposals of this SDG 18, because these people feel that there is something missing. We need to complement it so that we regain back the balance in our movement of sustainable development. And for that matter, for this conference, we bridge correctly and properly arts and science, or the soul and the mind, or creativity and consciousness, or whatever thing we wanted to do. So if you see here, all these are proposals, what to do. For me and for our university, IIUM, our Rector, Prof. Tansir Zulkifli Abdul Razak, 2 years ago, he proposed SDG 18, and he say SDG 18 should be spirituality, should be values, should be the human being, should be bringing back the heart, soul, mind, body, brain, senses together in that human being. So based on that one, we have worked out a project, SDG 18, and we published a book, and Professor Azizan has a chapter in that book speaking about values and spirituality in the areas of environmental science and all these scientific things. There are 12 chapters, each one of them in one area, including the culture, the arts, the language. So, brothers and sisters, dear professors, I think, let me move forward so that I just skip time. The PowerPoint is there. Everyone can look at it. So, very simple. My lecture today, my message is very simple, and we'll finish before 1 o'clock. What time is it now? 12:59. Almost 1 o'clock. 59, 1 minute. Okay, so brothers and sisters, that's the situation here. For us to bridge arts and science again, because we are consuming a body of arts and science which is based on a narrative of the last 150 years. We are trying to bring a narrative today to see what will happen in the next 150 years, so that humanity and human civilization and people at that time, they can create that civilization, desirable, balanced civilization. So, to us here, all this what you see in the iceberg here, it's all the outer. We have policies, we have governance, we have management. Our Dr. Farid showed very beautiful artistic things. Our professor before also showed many things. But the question is the soul of science and the soul of arts in the mind of the human being. If we revise this, we nurture that mind, that personality, that human being that bridges these things in his mind, and his soul is content with his brain and with his character and this, then we're really heading towards a great sustainability that can really build a great civilization and protect this environment for sure. Now, this is why, brothers and sisters, dear professors, this is what matters most. The things down here, science need to address this. Arts need to address this. Humanities need to address this. Social science need to address this. Because the atas one, the one which is up there, we are all doing. And we are very sophisticated. And we are competing. The whole sustainable development system is based on these measures. The index, happiness index, religiosity index, green index, that index. But where is the index of that human being that is by nature has a soul, has a heart, has arts, has this and that, and he is doing them perfectly based on the narrative. So I think that's what we wanted to mention here, and we need to address these issues. That's why in the beginning, we really want our educational system, they teach knowledge, they transfer knowledge, but I think the starting point of sustainability in the context of the world today, where sustainability becomes a big issue and big imperative because of what happened to the environment, what happened to us, what happened to the world, it is very important that our knowledge and our education system the starting point is teach wisdom. Because transfer of knowledge is there. Knowledge everywhere now. Just in your Google or whatever, artificial intelligence, the robots will be very sophisticated compared to us in terms of knowledge. But wisdom. The educational system all curriculum start from teaching wisdom first. Then knowledge is easy to circulate knowledge. So what we have here is protection of life, desirable life, intentions, humanity, values, culture, mindset, attitude, protection of the intellect, protection of nature, protection of all this. So this is the dictionary, the new dictionary of sustainability. So with this, we can enhance and boost our existing narrative of science, arts, because it's already there. And many people, many universities are collaborating. But we need to go to the real, to the soul, to the heart of that art and science, so that in the future, we will not say that there is no issue. of bridging both of them, because I am a human being. As a human being, I need aesthetics, I need poetry, I need love, I need to draw, I need to pray, I need to do this and to do this. So how do we build the human mind and personality in such a way the mind itself, the soul, the heart are programmed to really live your life in peace, in tranquility, in self-satisfaction, and you are the most intelligent person. I was very impressed, I said, with the professor presentation when he put all things together, and in the end he said we need a bigger narrative. So brothers and sisters, dear professors, yeah, it stops here, means it says I have to stop. Okay? Okay, so now, as I told you, we introduced the SDG 18 to enhance the 17 SDGs and cut across all of them. And the SDG 18, the green one, stands for SDG 18. All the other SDGs, well-being and infrastructure and environment, are all sophisticated, multidisciplinary, interrelated. We have to do them. But it's very crucial to deal with the soul and the heart in sustainable development, so that green environment, or refrain from corruption, or do justice, doesn't come only from policies and from imposing and no, it comes from within yourself. It becomes that protecting the green environment and your environment, it becomes your duty as a human being, as a citizen. You don't need anyone to teach you that you have to protect your house, which is being destroyed. So brothers and sisters, the SDG 18 here, which we are trying to articulate it within the Sustainable Development Model, it deals with all these things. You know, I think you read them there. We talk about faith, ethics, values, attitude, character, mindset, the most difficult things that mostly the educational systems in many parts of the world, it's hard to deal, but that's the starting point of the real sustainability. And I think you are doing great, and we are doing great in many parts of the world towards this. That's one. Now, this SDG 18, which is spirituality, needs us. This is a model which says that in order to really create that sustainability where art and science become friends and love each other and do a lot of things naturally from within your nature as a human being, it says we have these 8 areas to be handled. So we are, let's say, in business or in governance or whatever thing we do, who is doing all that? It's not a robot. It's done by a human being. And that human being, to refrain from corruption or to do justice or to do this and this, he needs values, he needs ethics. So we are just putting simple here, ethical leadership and ethical governance and ethical management. Value-driven communities, balanced human beings, ethical ecology and valorization of nature. For example, balanced civilization and culture, integrated knowledge and education, responsible sciences, technology, and innovation. So when you have that perspective, means your science is soul-driven science, and the output of science should not, by its virtue, destroy the environment. Who is doing this? It's the human being in the end that destroys environment, destroys economy, destroys life, destroys this. So our idea is humanity values-driven model. So brothers and sisters, it's all the same here. Okay, let me just move forward here for the last one. Art, science for sustainability. The next course of action, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results will be very hard. Number one. Number two, stay away from negative people. They have a problem for every solution. I hope I am not one today. So we have to be positive. Malaysia is doing great in many areas. Many other countries are doing great. Let's capitalize on all this and think global, think the world to save the planet and the human civilization together. So excellence is a habit. So we come back also to the mind and to the heart. Character is power. And I already told you about Dr. Ikeda. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Prof. Datuk Prof. Abdelaziz. For one, your sharing this really truly inspired me. So this is me speaking from my heart, because we are living in a world, like what Datuk Prof. Aziz has mentioned yesterday, we are living in a very volatile, uncertain, complex era. And if we look at the hard evidence, in the last 100 to 150 years, the impact of human on this planet Earth has significantly transcend the impact that this Earth for millions of years have encountered. So that's how huge the human activities have actually instilled that kind of impact, negative impact on this planet Earth. So at the end of the story, it's always about, regardless who you are, what color your skin is, what religion are you in, or whatever that really distinguish you from one another, we bleed red. And I truly believe that the problems that we are facing currently at this planet of Earth, if we instill a little bit of humanity back into it, and in the end of, at the very beginning, at the very end of the story is, the planet will always be enough and sufficient for everyone's needs, but not enough for a person's greed, right? So that's a little bit of sharing, deep sharing from my heart. Thank you again, Prof, for inspiring me. Yes. Prof. Yvonne? Can I have a mic?
I just had to say something. Yeah. I'm currently the Associate Deputy Vice.
Hello.
Apologies that I was not able to join the whole thing, but you must know, just joining about 1 hour and a half was so much impact here. Datuk, we have Prof. Ng, we also have Doctor. Your presentation has really made us think. And I think the SDG 18, you rightly say, we need the human back at the center of SDG. We have so much of chaos. And I think, you can have so many topics to add on. I've been to many international conferences because of internationalization of the institution. There's lots of talk about AI at the moment. And there's also a team of us that are discussing, as we advance in technology, human values will become more important, because there will never be a time that robots will actually replace human beings. But it is at this crucial moment that the essence of human will need to then come out and show itself. And that's where we are, that wisdom. And you rightly say our education system needs to implant and nurture that wisdom. I really hope that this discourse can be carried on. Malaysia can actually drive this message, especially when we are chairing the ASEAN. We are taking on the ASEAN chairmanship next year, where you likely said that values, principles, and these are very much in the Asian culture, because regardless of our background, the spirituality is actually guiding us. That's the guiding light. And I think that's a very powerful message in education. Knowledge is not a problem, because the AI will actually decipher all the information for you within seconds. but that wisdom is something that cannot be taught overnight. It needs to be nurtured. I just want to thank you, Prof. Apriza, Dato, and all the speakers and all the participants. Let's work together and see how we can make that change, Prof. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Yvonne, our Associate Vice Chancellor, for sharing her thoughts on for sharing her kind thoughts. So I believe all of the audience here with me, be it physical or also online, you will agree that we have experienced or be blessed to have to listen to a very enriching and enlightening series of talk by our distinguished speakers. So they have provided us with deep insights and innovative perspectives on how interdisciplinary thinking can drive sustainable forward. So we hope these talks have inspired you. Definitely I did, to think more broadly and creatively about sustainability and the crucial role of interdisciplinary collaboration. So let's take these insights forward and continue the conversation beyond this event. Thank you all for your participation. A special thank you again for our esteemed speakers for sharing their invaluable knowledge and perspective with us. So let's give them another round of applause. So I believe I can hear some grumbles coming from your stomach. It's lunchtime. So very quickly, can I invite Datuk Prof. Azizan to give a token of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. So first and foremost, I would like to invite Emeritus Professor Dr. Ng Kwan Hong. Our second speaker, Dr. Farid Mohammadi. And last but not least, a heartfelt thank you to Datuk Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bagut. Okay, thank you, Datuk Prof. Azizan. So with that, I would like to close this session, and we will please join me next door for your lunch, and we will join here back for the upcoming slot at 2:30. Thank you. 2:45. Okay, at 2:45. Thank you. Hello. Yeah, there's a small request to have a group photo before we adjourn for lunch. Can we have everyone closer? Do we want the photo on stage? Yeah, please join me on stage for a short photograph session. Yeah. Technical team, can you how to switch? Okay. Boleh. Okay, let's do this quickly, everyone, so we can head for lunch.
closer to each other. So what should we say as a title? Human? So let's say humanity.
Macam dekat di TC. Gila. Orang semua dah masuk dah. Semua tengok aku tidur. Semua hancur. Tak ada orang bekerja dah. Kalau tidur macam ni, pusing. Pusing dia. Tak pusing pun. Pusing sekali. Memang nampak tengah-tengah aku tidur. Aku buang macam ni, aku tidur. Tapi yang aku bangun. Sejarah bangun dengan siapa ni. Awak tak tahu. Pada orang dah gelak aku dah banyak kali dah. Tapi aku boleh tak tahan kan. Si boleh tak kejut aku tu. Orang dah ke? Aku dah balik. Dia kata tidur kat jam. Kenapa tidur ni? Kesian tu. Nak dijadikan kita memang dia tak tahu kenapa dia nak pergi round kat kan. Maknanya Allah gerak kan hati dia tu kejut kat tu. Kalau tak pergi, ada semalam untuk balik. Oh, mak dia mesti cari gigi dia tu. Macam tidak tahu macam dia masih terkejut kan. Padahal budak tu dah balik kan. Nasib baik tu. Itu orang naik bas tu banyak tinggal apa tu. Allah.
Mm. Tak ada eh. Mic test, mic test. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our international conference on enhancing art science in the age of sustainability, arts and solutions for planetary health. Without further ado, once again gracing the stage, please welcome Dr. Asmawati to moderate the next session.
Thank you, Shahnas, for inviting me to moderate the final session with prominent scholars on arts and science. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for all the participants and of course to all the distinguished speakers who will share their thought with us today. For the first speaker, I would like to introduce our in this session, in fact, we have three scholars. The first speakers will be Dr. Norita Mansour from UPM. And the keynote addresser today is Professor Dr. Hazim Shah Abdul Murad, and also keynote address and also concluding remarks from Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Azizan Baharuddin. I would like to begin with the first speaker introduction, Dr. Norita Mansour. Let me read the brief introduction of Dr. Norita. She is a senior lecturer at the Department of Architecture, Faculty of Design and Architecture, University Putra Malaysia. Her research interest is in the area of interior architecture, ranging from inclusive design, universal design, aging in place, and social sustainability and innovative design, teaching and learning. With over 15 years of experience in teaching, she has delivered several courses, for instance, the Architectural Design Studio, Architectural Communication, Interior Design, and Inclusive Design Theory. She earned her PhD in Architecture Studies and Master of Science Architecture from University Putra Malaysia. Her first professional degree is in Interior Architecture, awarded from the University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Her research interest focuses on inclusive design and aging in place into architectural practices and teaching to foster environments and that promote usability, community well-being, and social inclusion. She has been committed to bridging the gap between theory and practice. She led one research project funded by prestigious organizations such as Mudajaya Group's Berhad and the Technology Depository Agency of the Ministry of Finance Malaysia by integrating inclusive design philosophy into a transit station on the university's campus. Very interesting background. Her work has been published in several journals, including the Applied Mechanics and Materials Journal, Multidisciplinary Reviews, Management Academic, Research Society, and the American Journal of Humanities and Social Sciences Research. Her ultimate goal in education and research is to contribute to the development of built environments that are visibility and functional for everyone regardless of age and ability. With that, I would like to welcome Dr. Norita to present her paper. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Thank you so much for the introductions of myself. So in this room, it's actually I'm the only designer. I think the rest is you so okay. All right. Okay. I thought the only designers and the rest is scientists. All right. So the first time that I'm standing here in front of all the scientists, right, sharing the point of view as a designer. Okay. So so throughout the 2 days of conference, I think the thing that we try to share today is like my slide is collecting all the information from first day of panel until today, where else we actually never met before, and I don't know any of panel, but the content is interrelated and collaborate mutually. All right, so that is so surprised, because I thought that the point of view of me would be on design and architecture, more to physical thing, but yet we are actually well blend the scientists as well. Okay, so let's just dance together with me, because Dato just said the stage is mine. All right, so seems that this is the last paper, I guess, because both panel later will be the keynotes, and Dato itself will do a closing. All right. Okay, the topic that I choose is usable interior design for aging in place. All right. So the first image that I show definitely about how the space been used, and then a diverse user inside the space. Okay. So that will be my first introduction image. All right. So knowing designers, okay, knowing art person, we are really into a visual rather than text. All right. So if you search my name to find a great journal, you won't find me, because we are thinking with our hands. We do it. Okay. We walk and talk. We don't really write. Okay. Okay. So let me just put it the keyword first. Why I choose this. All right. So the word usable, probably some of you understand, but some of you feel that, what is it usable all about? Okay, so this is actually the science or the technical term that used to describe the operational. So the ability of product or system or equipment or any facility that being designed to the environment so that people can use. That is usable. All right. So my field is in interior design. Definitely I would like to put it as a main keywords as well. So the arts of creating the living environment to support daily activity. So probably many people will perceive that interior designer is as a glamorous profession. Okay? So how does you connect them actually to the humanity? Because you are designing with something fashion, trend, you know. So this is a new shift of thinking that I would like to really show to everyone, that design is actually arts, science, not arts and science. All right. So the last keyword is aging in place. So somebody asking me, are you promoting any aging product here? Okay, because aging normally is something to relate with how you start to enhance yourself. But actually environment also, it's related to aging. Okay, so aging in place means that our own future, okay, our own plan, okay, it's about social science. So first is science, art, and the social science, to ensure how people have their right to live independently in their chosen environment. Okay, so that is why aging in place as my operational terms in my presentation. All right, so let me start with the preface of Surah Ar-Rum, ayat 54. Okay, so I won't read the Arabic versions. So let's read together. Okay, Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. It is Allah who created you in a state of weakness. Okay, during a baby. Then after week, we gave you a strength as an adult. Then after a strength, He made us weak and old. So He created what He pleased. He is all-knowing, all-powerful. All right. So this ayat is actually really impact on the way that I practice in design. Okay. So because this is the reality of us. Okay. So I try to discuss this paper to comprehend about the human ability is actually dynamic. It's not static. So, but you will see later how it's actually in a built environment, we view human as a static entity where we're designing to a specific need. All right. So this is some overview about the design practice. So this is point of view as a designer. All right. So you have right not to agree with me. All right. But let's see how is it goes with the ayat 54. So this is how I distinguish the arts and science and the holistic paradigm. Okay. Rasa macam nak jalan je kat depan tu. Okay. It's okay. Sebab I love to have a eye contact with my audience. So all right. So the art and science is actually separated us into two categories. All right. So which is become a baseline to design. Okay. So this is the data, the set of data. Okay, on the anthropometric and ergonomic of so-called average people, which is us, and the other one is the special people. So generally, it's synonym with the disabled people or different able people. Where else? The holistic paradigm from the ayat 54, the scientific facts of human life cycle is actually it's not static. So we start with weak, we end with weak. All right. So this is us. Okay, we start with rolling on the bed, but hopefully not rolling, and we're rolling a bit on the bed. Okay, but this is something fact that we have to accept. All right, and we also start with somebody feed us, and hopefully not, and with somebody to feed us. So the aging in place is about targeting we can live throughout the golden age independently. But this is about how I portray from the ayat 54. All right. So what is actually the problem here? All right. So the design parameter is actually been dictated by the arts and science. Okay. So humans have been categorized into two groups, which is able-bodied, the average people, including young adults, women, and men. And for the special group of people, there's the elderly, children, and different able people. So I would like to highlight that being study into this category, I would like to advise stop using disabled people because it's very negative. So I think the term different able people is more significant to address actually all of us. Okay, who is able-bodied people? Ta-da! This one. This is what design been portray people. When we start designing, we thought people can really stand with one hand. Okay? And who's it? The special group. Okay? So all those things. Okay. However, so this is what the school of thought in design been embedded in our study. Where else when we can see the research show that integrating the needs of everyone in design is actually very significant rather than categorize people into their different ability. Okay, so accommodating diverse user, especially I'm talking about the aging in place, so it's a new challenge for architect, for the interior designer to accommodate diverse user in one roof. Okay, imagine that all of us staying in one roof. So if let's say that we are separating the facility, so what will happen to everyone? Okay. All right, so this is the problem of when the categorized of user been what we call that established and accepted until today. All right, so it strongly shows that it's a affected physical and mental condition of user, so especially related to daily activity in a space. So when we start to segregate the service or any space according to the group that's been established in design. All right. So let me share with you the main body of knowledge. All right. So in specifically in this topic, so if we see on the science part, okay. So so this research is all about human. So I would see all the body of knowledge related to the group of people. All right. For the medical body of knowledge, generally they are studied to a special group. Okay. So to tackle a certain group, so they come out with a solution towards a target group. Same goes to the engineering with the principle of science and mathematics. So they study human ability and then solve a problem according to the specific group. The social science is applied to group, which is the one that I presented earlier. And the last is gerontology. So this is specifically elderly people. So this is a body of knowledge that can contribute to the arts and science as well. So I cannot be stand here without them because this is the original data. Right? So how about the arts? So on architecture, so the arts of architecture is about the technique of designing the building, the space to support people. Okay, and the interior design is a spatial of arts, space planning, okay, living environments, and the furnishings. So we are talking about the finishing in interior design, the science of choosing the best material. And the third one on art is industrial design. The arts practice, okay, in design a product, device, object, and also the service. So all this body of knowledge is actually a fundamental for me to embark to the arts science, where the usable interior design for aging in place start to address not only single user, not only divided user, but user with a dynamic change of ability. Okay, so I think that throughout the presentations, many ask, who is it? Who is it, the real user here? So when I introduce about human is not dynamic, human is dynamic, but user being classified in a group. So the questions here, so the misinterpretations of real user, specifically in the interior design, is actually macam crime lah, you buat crime lah, okay? So you are not addressing the right target, okay? So this study try to highlight about the human's dynamic human ability. So this is the shift of thinking that I try to propose, or the proposition of this sharing today, to support the social sustainable goal. Okay, so I think everybody familiar with this. So this is what happened when the user been divided into group. A certain entry been segregated for a certain group to use, and then unpleasant visual as well. But the society accept it with no objection at all, saying that, yeah, this is life all about, but this is not true. Okay, so when we understand about the ayat 54, we will know that the society is not supposed the space not supposed to be discriminate in terms of age, gender. Okay, it's supposed to be like the number 4, welcoming, and the space segregations also happen. I will show you later about the example. So unwelcoming to everybody, certain space. Okay, so when you're talking about the category of user, you start talking about only specific current solutions. Okay, so when they grow older or they have children with different able, that is the next solution. You have to find it. All right, it's not an inclusive of solution. And then definitely number 5, decrease independent life. I'm sure you that toward the age, the old elderly, when we grow old, somebody will feed us. Definitely we don't want that. So we want it to live as a dependent person in our spirit. And lastly is restricted freedom, and definitely you won't enjoy your life because of that fundamental thinking on user being categorized into 2. Okay, this is the real user. All right, so we are talking about the global issue. So with advanced medical technology, so it's actually the populations is increase on fertility and also mortality. So our society is inclusive of all range of age. Okay, so how does this population fit the category of user, the fundamental concept of user in architecture and in design? So that is the questions. All right. So from there, I think the shift of thinking. Okay, the proposition that I would like to make here is about addressing human activity rather than their ability. All right. So what is it as a design parameter? Okay. So the theoretical proposition that I try to claim here, all user, inclusive of all of us, have restricted capability. So you agree or not agree? Actually, you have to reflect yourself about this. Okay, in use and assess the built environment. So environment regardless their age and ability. So I put it in the bracket, trouble-free life. So generally people in architecture are familiar with a user-friendly, friendly environment, very friendly. So, but I think trouble-free life is inclusive of all. So what is actually trouble-free? Okay, so this is, I quote from psychologists, talking about trouble-free generally is not something negative to relate to lazy, but it's actually a positive thing that is a human is not really capable to do one thing when they forced to be at the environment that not support them. Okay, so this image is a little bit exaggerated, but I think it's happened during pandemic because we want to work, eat, entertainment, everything at one stop center. This is actually all of us. All right, if you're having given a choice, I think we would choose this. Okay, talking about that, how is it the developments of a creative object or product been invented is actually partly fundamentally from the trouble-free and lazy of the human to have many or various things they need to carry with them. This has happened to me during a school time. Oh, okay. If I have to go to the site, I need to bring a camera. I have to transfer the data from the camera to my laptop. If I would like to do the video, I need to bring the video recorder, which is new generation, doesn't have this experience, but we do. So during a site visit, we will bring a lot of stuff with us. So that is the struggle. The struggle make us strong. But today, with the invented of one device, everything is there. People is actually getting lazy and lazy. You just have one, take for granted. So this is what design all about. So we are looking for a solution that make our life simple, trouble-free. And so does the environment. Okay, so let me just give you some, what is actually the trouble-free design ataupun product-oriented. Okay, so it's about object creations, involve ataupun object creations that have aesthetic, high technology, market-driven, exclusive, user demand, advanced and futuristic. Okay, this is what in designers' mind. They're designing based on this. Aesthetic, must have technology, market-driven, exclusive. Okay, so how is it this connect to the my proposition? Okay, so this is high-tech design. All right, imagine that this is a water faucet with some very, what we call that, exclusive information. So for certain people, it's require some knowledge to operate it. A designer design, thinking that they are smarter, design with some, what we call that, a menu book, so that the user will need to study to operate it. Okay, so this is what high-tech design, which doesn't tailor to the proposition that I try to make. And what is futuristic design? The same device, simplified versions. This is actually happened to me when I went to one very exclusive hotel. Okay, sometimes design also can really demotivate you. So when you see this kind of device, whatever knowledge that in your mind is actually the spontaneous make you understand how to operate, rather than this one needs some information or knowledge. So it's happened to me when first time I can see the device, I thought that it's a sensor. Put in your hand, definitely the water will come out. I put in my hand, the water did not come out. I look left, I look right. I feel so embarrassing. how come the designer make me feel embarrassed? And then one lady come. I thought it's going to be a touch on the top, touch at the side, the water come out. Hello, are you designing for people or you are showing off that you are clever? So that is designer, right? So what is trouble-free here? Okay. This is trouble-free. Direct forward. You turn red, definitely hot. You turn blue, definitely room temperature or cool. All right? So sometimes you don't have to be very educated in order to design something that can support the society. Okay, as simple as this. But this is what the designer is here. Okay? If you are designing just a direct forward, they will say that, what kind of invention that you do? But that is the most supporting human daily activity. All right? Okay. So let's see what is actually the reason behind what I'm sharing now. Okay? So what is actually restricted capability in use? So when we talk about different able or different ability, we always focus on the person with impairment, body impairment. But it's about all of us. This is all of us. Okay? So we are using the same entrance, okay, to move in the big stuff. If, like, say, we just transfer ourselves, would be no problem. But throughout the daily activity, definitely we were facing this. Okay? Why are we designing for a special group where all of us require this? All right? Same goes to this. So when your family is extended, you have baby, you are dealing with what we call it, a device. See, I call it device, a device. So is actually prohibited to use the same entrance as you alone. But this is the reality of us. Okay? And then same goes to the luggage wheel. So I think everybody is traveling. So none of us carry the bag or luggage without the wheel. You are not the one that very strong just now, is it? So we need that. So this is also a device in our life. But some of the environmental become an obstacle. But we don't really realize and we don't complain. All right? So the last one, the handful. Okay, I mean that as a student, as a lecturer, generally when we come to the office, we don't come lenggang kangkong, is it? We come with a laptop, with our food, with the assignment, I don't know. So how do you enter the space with a handful? So we are actually disabled. We're not really able-bodied, all right? So where are we position ourselves here? Okay? All right. So-called average user actually becoming temporarily disabled based on our daily activity. You agree or not agree? Ask yourself about this, okay? So let's go to the next one. All right. So this is the one that I'm very happy Prof. Ng sharing about the polymath mother can do everything. I cakap, lemak, sama macam kopi je dengan Prof. Ng punya. But definitely this is actually the best case study of myself as a woman. All right? Talking about this ayat 54 as well. All right? So this is women. So we have changes throughout the aging process. Aging doesn't mean you getting old, you know. Aging means that you are grow every day, change your age, you know, change ability to use things. Okay, this is about it. So what is it? So how does this new shift of thinking challenge the current fundamental thinking on the user? This one. All right? So can you imagine that throughout our life, we are dealing with device and we are not being counted, and then we don't want to be counted as a disabled people. But we are. So when we have, if you don't really assume this is you, you have to assume your baby. You have a baby in the same house. So I don't know whether walker is still relevant today, but it's a device. So what happened is the house have some level of flaw. In terms of safety, definitely it's not safe. You cannot put away your eye to your baby. And then when your baby growing up, they go to school, they have another issues on carry a very heavy bag. So designer invented the wheel school bag, yet it's actually prevented them to a certain space due to trolley. All right, and then goes on and on lah. I tak payah explain, but this is what happened to us lah. Pergi go grocery shopping, you know, and then mothers with a baby. So how do you dealing with all the architectural components? This is the issue here. Okay, so the final image. This is acceptance in the design. Okay, because we know that toward the aging process, the elderly will need some device, but we forgot about the early part of life also. We are 100% rely on device, that we compromise our environment. So the proposition here about usable interior design, okay, I share the what we call that, the reality of life. So I extended, if I think someone read about what is universal design. So universal design is actually the art of supporting diverse user rather than only targeting a specific user. So they have they established 7 principles with common sense. It's not a complicated science operational. If you read, it just need to be equitable of use. If you design the environment, flexible in use, simple and intuitive, perceptible information. That means give one information. That means no one interpret differently, like the one that I show you, the faucet. All right? And then tolerance with error. So we will minimize that. And then require low physical effort to use the physical environments. And last but not least, the size and approach of the size in the physical environment. Okay? So knowing that designers, we are lazy to read a lot of text, even though 7. So my task is I'm doing the streamlining from the 7 principles into 3 best to describe what is usable space or environmental need to fulfill. Okay, first, if you are designing anything, you have to really understand about how is it the operational features. Okay, it's supposed to be very easy. It's not to show off that you are very intelligent and until your user can't use it. And then it must be very simple. It's straightforward information. Okay. The second one is physical features of the design, where supposedly as a designer and architect or any environmental design, you have to eliminate a difficulty or eliminate unnecessary complex to your user. That is a smart environment solution. Okay, and the last but not least, user physical. You have to really connect to respond to the user conditions. But you can't really, by having divisions of user, okay? So you can't really have, how is it your environment can be efficient in use? Okay, so just give you an example about usable design, the electrical switches, which is giving a flexible to use. That means that the conventional way needs some effort, is it? You need to press, you need to touch. But with this new shift of thinking, you can use any part of your body to on the light. Not by remote control, but it still connect to the human capability. Right, let me just show, because I have 5 minutes to go. So this is conventional thinking. So we celebrate us, we celebrate able-bodied people more. And then these people said, but for the new shift of thinking, we celebrate different ability more so that everybody is inclusive in the environment. And then this is what the restricted capability all about. Okay, let me just go. Okay, I think from the previous presentation, they are talking about the common activity. What are the common activity that user share? So this is where this study would like to share with all of you about the how do we dealing with the dynamic of people, just to understand the common shared activity. So if you read a journal on architectural barriers and everything, so most of the barriers happen at this point. So whether you are able to get in and out easily, all right? So you move around in the space, but we are not talking about specific, whether the furniture, the columns, everything, no. But this actually, this is the main basic activity of the human daily activity started. So vertically transfer during the space use, and last but not least, how they can reach and use other facilities. Okay, so I just make it fast. So this is conventional, this is usable. Okay, conventional, they were divided the service into two. All right, so to a group of people have to use the special treatment will feel very demotivated because they are not sharing the same facility with others. Okay, when see the usable, so by having a lower counter, you are welcoming children, disabled, and others in the environment. Okay, so this is some example of my case study. We would think that why I'm studying on the entrance door, right? Because this is the peak point. If you can't enter the space, you cannot use the space. If you cannot get out the space, you will be prisoned in the space. That's why here it's happened. Okay, so this is an old residential sample. Okay, so the entrance is a single leaf door, but if you see it, even here also, the door swing is having some others stop it. I mean that you have a limited space to enter. So what happens if we still continue this? We are not talking about different able people, we're talking about daily activity. So we're facing some obstacle. All right? So the simple solutions is the entrance need to have, a big radius of space so that you can maneuver. It's not even you are sitting on the wheelchair. Okay, let me just. Okay, so this is something that I always highlighted in my class as well. Supposed to be banned, this doorknob, I don't know why people still keep reproducing, and then designer still putting this design specification in their bill of quantity. So we know that this is only require one method to use, which is you need to have a very strong hand to open the door. Okay. Beside of that, it is easily to be locked. So imagine that your children inside the room, once it's locked, that means you have to hit the door, and then you need to repair it. All right. So this is single operation. It's not really recommended. All right. So you cannot open with any part of your body. Yeah, simple solution is already in the market, but the only thing, the shift of thinking. How do you perceive all the device in your house? By having a lever handle? Yeah, if you are carrying your baby or you have full hands, you definitely can use the space. You can enter. Okay, so I won't go in detail. I don't have enough time. So this is the handrail. All right, the full grips of our hand is actually give a full support. So that is a very common sense principle. Okay, I think this will be my last slide. So when we talk about special or a special group design, so people accepted this as it is. So are you guys willing to use this, or you forced to use this? We thought that, the medical people propose in the, what we call that, a barrier-free toilet, they need to have some support. But does the support need to be this ugly? You know? So knowing us as the designers, so we want something that visually pleasant. So why we agree with them? All right. This is not a proposal. So this is like, it's not an AI also, but I just do some photo superimpose. So about the bathrooms, toilet. So which one you guys prefer? All right. If let's say you are categorized of need some support. So I think if I didn't ask your question, definitely we prefer something that's visually pleasant to our eye. Okay. So what is different between these two? This is usable as well as design. So why don't all the device being designed as aesthetic as that? So imagine that I've been using the washroom. I'm having difficulty to operate the lock. Definitely, this is, something need to do. UM need to really revise on that. Okay. So I think that's about it lah. I don't want to read on my executive summary, but I think hopefully everybody know the proposition that I to make. So how does the human ability dynamic can be a very good driver towards the social sustainable issue. With that, thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, thank you, Dr. Noranita, for such an interesting and for me it's really new angle of design related to the social sustainability, and I believe this is very good insights for all of us, especially you bring us to reflect and try to understand the Quranic messages just now, and with the real problems that we face in our daily life. So hopefully in the future you are still interested to engage with us, inshallah. Thank you so much. Okay, next, now let's delve into a brief biography of another key figure in the art science discussion, Professor Dr. Hazim Shah Abdul Murad. Professor Muhammad Hazim holds a bachelor degree in liberal studies in science from the University of Manchester, a master's degree in philosophy from the London School of Economics, and a PhD in the History and Philosophy of Science from the University of Pittsburgh, USA. He spent most of his academic career at the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, where he taught the history and philosophy of science. Prior to his retirement in 2015, he was a professor of the history and philosophy of science at the Department of Science and Technology Studies, University Malaya, where he was the head of the department from 2001 to 2007. Upon retirement, he served as a senior research fellow in the same department from May 2015 to May 2016. Prof. Hazim was appointed as Deputy Director of International Institute of Public Policy and Management in Puma, University Malaya from June 2013 to May 2015, and later as Research Fellow of In Puma, President of the Malaysian Social Science Association from 2010 to 2014. Prof. Hazim also published widely in a number of local and international journals, as well as book chapters and edited books. His areas of expertise cover the history and philosophy of science, the relationship between science, religion, and culture, and comparative studies on science and philosophy in Islamic and Western civilization. He has been appointed as a member of the Science and Islam Task Force, which was headed by the former Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Professor Dr. Akmaluddin Ihsanoglu in 2015 to 2016. He has also spent time as a visiting research fellow at the University of Melbourne, Australia in 1993 and at the Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Cambridge in 2008. He is currently serving as a professor in the School of Languages, Civilization and Philosophy, College of Arts and Sciences at the University Utara Malaysia in Sintok, where he teaches philosophy courses. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor to the podium. Please welcome, Prof.
Thank you for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a good afternoon. Okay. So I suppose the slides are on. Yeah? So I tried not to be sleepy and not to make you all fall asleep also. Yeah? It's part of the process of aging also. Yeah? And yeah, so and before that, I would like to thank the organizers, yeah, especially Prof. Zan for the invitation. Yeah? I learned something new while preparing the slides, yeah? Because I thought there was some mistake in spelling because the two words were joined together. I thought there was a spacing in between, but when I Googled, I actually found that actually there was this single term called Artscience, yeah? And while preparing the slides, I thought I had wrapped it up and found a solution to the problem, but ended up with another different problem. So Einstein, according to Einstein, you should avoid people like me because, you know, for some people, you know, there's always a problem behind a solution. Yeah? Although Einstein himself ended up with his own problem, how to come up with a unified field theory. Yeah? Okay, so Artscience, the title which was originally given to me was Artscience and the rehumanization of all knowledge. I tried to work on that, I couldn't, so I changed it slightly. Yeah? The new title which I've given here is The New Field of Artscience and its Implications for Human Knowledge. I think this is more manageable title. Eh? Okay, can we move on? Okay, what is the meaning of art science? I suppose it is basic, and I presume that most of you have already known it, but never mind. I'll just reintroduce it again. Art science transcends and integrates all disciplines or forms of knowledge. One who, including both the arts and sciences, one who practices art science is both an artist and a scientist simultaneously, and one who produces things that are both artistic and scientific simultaneously. So these are sort of given definitions on the website. Yeah? Okay, next. And some more on art science. Art science involves understanding the human experience of nature through the synthesis of artistic and scientific modes of exploration and expression. So the key word here to me is synthesis, yeah? Because science has been involved with analysis all this while. So here you're trying to bring back the dissected elements together. And the synthesis involves not only the synthesis of the sciences, but also the sciences and the arts. Yeah? It not only attempts to understand the world through the synthesis of the arts and the sciences, but also recreates the world through the combination of both. Yeah? So here one is reminded of the saying by Marx, the point of philosophy is not only to understand the world, but to change it. Yeah? So here, you not only try to understand the principles through science and arts, but you use those principles in order to recreate your environment. Yeah? So I suppose from the point of view of architecture, that's sort of creating a new environment according to your desires and needs. Okay, let's move on. Okay, now a bit of a historical background, so as to give us an understanding of where we are at now and how we get to where we are now. Yeah? Now, the attempt to integrate the arts and the sciences, not only in abstract, conceptual or philosophical terms, but also in actual artistic or musical productions that utilize the resources of science, technology and mathematics, is a relatively recent phenomena. And by relatively recent, I mean going back to the 1960s, thereabout. Yeah? Now here I refer to the journal Leonardo. I think some of you have seen this, read articles from this journal. It's based at MIT, I think. The MIT journal Leonardo, which takes its name from Leonardo da Vinci, the 15th century Italian polymath who lived during the Italian Renaissance, and who himself exemplifies the attempt to combine art with science. This started as far back as 1968, yeah? This attempt to create this journal and establish it. Yeah? And it's dedicated towards developing knowledge where the arts and sciences are combined in creative ways to produce new knowledge or artistic forms. So, as you know, journals are very much related to disciplines and the creation of disciplines. Like, for example, I know there was this journal in sociology of science called Social Epistemology. Yeah, and incidentally, the one who initiated the journal was my colleague at Pittsburgh before by the name of Professor Steve Fuller. Eh? And he thereby actually created this new discipline called social epistemology through this journal, although of course he has books, written books on it, through the journal Social Epistemology. So the inauguration of the journal Leonardo, I think, is a significant event in trying to establish this new field of knowledge or discipline called art science. Such fusions between the arts and the sciences, however, have already existed in existing forms of knowledge, such as architecture and also through scientific drawings or illustrations in botany and medicine, prior to the attempt at an explicit and an exclusive art science. However, they act and function more as disciplinary mergers in which the component disciplines still retain their individual identity. So art science was already present in some form, actually, but it's known under different names, like, for example, architecture or scientific illustration or scientific drawing. But what happens there is, basically, in terms of principles, the combination of the artistic and scientific modes of knowing and understanding. Yeah? So, for example, botany is a science, but it requires a skill in drawing. Yeah. Similarly, in architecture, you have to have a skill in artistic skill in drawing and creating new forms in your mind and putting those forms in some explicit drawing, and also knowing the science of materials, the science of buildings, and so on, so that those artistic forms can be physically realized functionally. Yeah? Okay, can you move on? The new attempt through art science and its significance for human knowledge. However, the newly emerging field, which now goes under the name art science, is an attempt to integrate the arts and the sciences at a deeper level. So I think this is the important point now. Unlike the earlier attempts, yeah, which goes under different names like architecture and so on, although it's there, but it is subsumed within some other field of knowledge or practice, like architecture. But here you have an explicit attempt, yeah, to sort of carve out a new niche by itself. It's, I think, an attempt at a deeper level, where it's not just a disciplinary merger, it's not just multidisciplinary, it's also transdisciplinary. Yeah? So this trans aspect that is novel, I think, in the evolution of knowledge. Yeah? At a deeper level, deeper than what we have seen in architecture and scientific drawings or illustrations. It has the ambitious aim of cultivating the human potential to the full, and here I quote from one of the texts that I found on the net, by assimilating with the scientist's brain, the poet's heart, and the painter's eyes. It is an integrated vision that we need. And we need it because currently our awareness and understanding of the world and its realities are divided into the rational, the knowledge frozen in words and quantities, and the emotional, the knowledge vested in sensory image and feeling, with no connection between them. So we have, as a result of the evolution of knowledge, we have become schizophrenic in a sense. We are culturally schizophrenic as a result of the evolution of our knowledge. And here, art science has the potential of turning that schizophrenia into something of a more holistic personality. Yeah? Okay, can we move on? Now, I think one way of trying to understand our present predicament, what I referred to as cultural schizophrenia earlier, is through an understanding of philosophy and the history of science. Yeah? The predicament faced, this is a sort of I think, a fundamental issue here. Yeah? The predicament faced by modern man is that he is torn between two realities. The reality experienced in the everyday world, which is full of images, colors, sounds, and smells, and the reality presented to him by the world of science, which consists of atoms in motion, of nuclear subparticles, of electronic waves and quantum gravity, all of which are unobservable. So on the one hand, you have these theoretical realities given to us through science, especially the science of physics, which is considered as the fundamental science, more fundamental than chemistry or biology. And the experience of the everyday world with its full vividness, in terms of colors, smells, images, and so on. Yeah? But with the coming of the science of physics and so on, and the primacy of physics over chemistry and biology. Even biology, which is more related to the human self, has been interpreted in terms of physics, through molecular biology, genetics, and so on. Yeah? And classically in philosophy, especially philosophy of science, this problem was referred to as the problem of Eddington's two tables. Eddington here refers to the British physicist and astronomer Arthur Eddington, the one of those who carried out the experiments that confirmed Einstein's theory of relativity. Yeah? And what is Eddington's two tables? Well, the one table is the table that we experience normally, yeah, through our normal senses, the five senses. This is a hard table made of wood, let's say, with its colors and smells. Yeah. On the other hand, you have the physicist table, which says that the table consists of an aggregate of atoms that are arranged and structured in a certain way. And here, the irony is that the table of the physicist has more empty space than solid matter, right? Because if you look at the physicist's idea of the atom, there's a nucleus at the center, and then there are electrons circling or surrounding it, revolving around it. In between, there is empty space, right? So the so-called Bohr-Rutherford model of the atom. So the physicist's image of the table is different from the experience of the table as the layman knows it. Yeah. So there are these two realities which somehow are not synced one with another. Yeah. But of course, we do not deny physics. Yeah. Well, if we deny physics, then we have to sell our handphones and so on, which are based on the idea of electromagnetic waves and so on, which are again unobservable. Yeah? Now, Western thinkers have responded to this problem in different ways. For example, through the attempt made by the phenomenologist Edmund Husserl, who tried to reinstate objectivity to mental phenomena, which has been hijacked by scientists to the realm of the physical. Because here, reality in Western philosophy and Western thought is the reality of the physical. Yeah, and this problem is also expressed in the philosophy of mind through what is known as the mind-body problem, yeah? Initially put forward by the French philosopher René Descartes, yeah? The Cartesian problem of the relationship between the mind and the body. Yeah? Now, Descartes saw this as two fundamental realities, yeah, which are somehow unbridgeable, and of which the connection remains mysterious. Yeah? But these are two realities which we cannot deny, and of which one cannot be reduced to the other. But in contemporary philosophy of mind, we find that there are various views on this matter, on the mind-body problem, various attempts at solving it. And one approach that has been taken, especially by the physicalists, yeah? Same as, only it goes under a different name, physicalist, but it's a form of materialism actually. The belief that only the material is real. Yeah? So, if one takes a position that reality is basically and essentially material, then how does one understand or interpret the reality of mental phenomena? Yeah? Because mental phenomena is something which is not material, it's not physical. Yeah? Your thoughts, your ideas, your emotions and feelings, anything that crosses your mind is non-material, right? But you cannot deny the reality of the mind, of thoughts. Yeah, because if you deny the reality of your thoughts or your mind, then you are contradicting your own self. Why? Because even as I speak, I assume the reality of my mind, right? If I don't have a mind, then how could I be expressing these ideas? So there, even the materialist, is caught in this dilemma. How does one interpret the reality of the non-material, especially the mind, and how does one at the same time accept materialism, or currently known under the name of physicalism? Yeah. So even sense experience is a mental phenomenon. Yeah. So mental phenomena does not only refer to abstract ideas, but also sense experience. Yeah, our vision of the world, the sense of fragrance or smell and so on, taste, these are mental phenomena actually, yeah? Although they might be physically induced, like for example, when you eat food, then you get the taste and so on. So one way out suggested by the physicalists is to reduce the mind or the mental phenomena to the brain, because the brain is physical, isn't it? So neurophysiology and brain science and so on came to the forefront in explaining mental phenomena. And this is also an attempt to bridge the two realities. Yeah? In the case of philosophy of mind, the mind-body problem. Eh? So again, here, whether we look at it from the point of view of philosophy of mind or from the point of view of Eddington's two tables, it seems that we are caught in this conundrum of two realities which cannot be denied and of which one cannot be totally reduced to the other. And if one tries to make the attempt, as the physicalists did, then they also end up with some problems. Yeah? And here, when I refer to phenomenology, for example, of Edmund Husserl, it was a response to the rise of physics as a science, because physics has assumed the status of the interpreter of reality, that reality is essentially physical. Yeah? But Husserl wants to retain the objectivity and the reality of the mind, which is non-physical. So phenomenology is tried to give mental phenomena an objective status by focusing on the mind as a reality in itself. Yeah? Okay, then here I mentioned the problem in the philosophy of mind. In contemporary philosophy of mind, materialists or physicalists have tried to reduce the mind to matter, since for them only the material is real. Now, to get a grip on the nature of the predicament faced by modern men, it is therefore helpful when we turn to philosophy and the history of science. Can we move on? One of the ideals of knowledge that emerged from the Enlightenment of the 18th century is the idea that knowledge must be rational, i.e. based on reason, objective, and true. In fact, rationality and objectivity became the hallmark of truth. Only if something is rational and objective can it be considered as a candidate for true knowledge. Yeah? In such an epistemology of human knowledge, the human subject becomes a passive spectator of an objective reality, which he tries to capture and embody in the form of knowledge that is made explicit through writing and the use of language and symbols. Yeah? So, what is knowledge actually? Yeah? When we use the word knowledge, what are we actually referring to and what do we mean? Yeah? Knowledge must exist in some tangible form. It is not only an abstract idea, it has to be captured and made explicit in some tangible form. And that tangible form is in terms of language and symbolic notations, meaning, for example, mathematics. Yeah. So just mention any knowledge that you care to refer to. It has to be stated in some explicit form through the use of language, through the medium of language, and symbols. These symbols could be mathematics, or it could be icons, or whatever semiotic elements that are involved. So you have the science of semiotics, which is broader than linguistics, actually. Now, the truth captured by such knowledge is thought to be mind-independent in the sense that its nature is independent of the human mind, and that the role of the human mind in the production of knowledge is merely to reflect the objective reality out there, so to speak. Yeah, so the term mind-independent, although there are problems with that, as Kant's philosophy would tell us, because according to Kant, reality can only be known to the mind. But nevertheless, the idea of objectivity in the Enlightenment, for example, which was influential until the 20th and the 21st century, is the idea that there is an objective truth out there. And our mind is only a medium that tries to capture or reflect that reality. Even if our mind does not exist, the reality still exists. The role of our mind is simply to make it explicit to human beings in some form that is recognizable by us through symbols and so on. Yeah? Because if you think about it, aliens also have knowledge, but their representation of knowledge is probably different. Yeah? Now, such strategy in the pursuit of knowledge has led to the advancement of the natural sciences, even though it has led to the alienation of man from the world picture, because his exclusion, due to his subjectivity, is seen as crucial to the process of knowledge production. In other words, when a scientist carries out an experiment, for example, or does research on natural phenomena, he has to, in order to retain his objectivity, he has to leave himself out of the picture. Yeah? He cannot let his human characteristics interfere with the process of knowledge creation. Yeah? So this process of objectivity of knowledge is actually at the same time process of alienation of man. Yeah? Okay, let's go on. This revolution in knowledge, which began with the scientific revolution of the 17th century, has made the natural sciences, especially physics, the paradigm of legitimate and genuine knowledge, and serves as a model for what is to count as knowledge in a cognitive sense. So physics becomes the ruling paradigm in the natural sciences, and even serves as a model for the social sciences. So even the science of economics, for example, has to follow the methods and ways of physics. They have to collect empirical data. You have to do mathematical analysis, and you have to verify your models through the empirical evidence and so on. That has become paradigmatic. Yeah? Now, here is this important point that follows from this. Yeah? In time, it also serves as a reference point in determining the nature of reality. For the logical positivists, as in science, only that which can be rationally and empirically verified can be accepted as knowledge. Others are relegated to the realm of value, culture, preference, and taste, and are subjective, i.e., that for which the notions of true and false cannot be applied. Because how can you apply the notion of true and false to something like the forest is beautiful, or the taste of sugar is sweet, although we taste it, but how do we objectively establish it? Yeah. So again, our normal everyday realities, has been put into question. Yeah? Okay, we can move on. Now here, art science has the potential of healing this rift in the split in knowledge, which has consequences on the human self also. Yeah? In this enterprise, both are involved. The synchronization of the arts and sciences, both are involved in the understanding and the production of reality, so that both are treated at par at an epistemological level. Yeah? There is no question of which is more real, one or the other. Yeah? Okay, next. Okay, now here I'd like to give an illustration, example from art and mathematics in the fusion of science and art. You look at this diagram known as the Penrose triangle. Have you all seen this? Yeah, one of those impossibility drawings. Move on. In other words, you can visualize it in 2 dimensions, but you cannot actually construct it in 3-dimensional form. Now, unlike, this is the impossible triangle. Okay, now next, this is an ordinary wooden block. In other words, it's presented in 2 dimensions, but you can also create it in 3 dimensions. You give it to a carpenter, he will be able to carve something out. But you give the picture of Penrose triangle, itu Tuan Allah saja boleh bikin macam, lain orang tak boleh bikin. Okay, move on. Next one. Okay, this is one of those Escher drawings. Have you all heard of the artist MC Escher? He comes up with this interesting diagram paintings which inspired Roger Penrose actually. Roger Penrose was a theoretical physicist and mathematician. I think he won the Nobel Prize recently for physics. But at the same time, he was captivated by Escher's art drawings. Here, if you look at it carefully, this is called the waterfall. Now, you can draw it, but you cannot physically realize it. Yeah, because on the one hand, it looks as if the drainage is on the same plane, but then yet it could create waterfall. You see? So this raises some deep philosophical issues actually on the nature of human vision and thought and so on. And also Wittgenstein's idea, of knowledge as being capable of being unproblematically unproblematically represented through language and images, the picture theory of meaning and so on. I think that breaks down when you look at Escher's drawing and so on. So, in other words, there are limits to human conceptualization. Yeah, the attempt to represent knowledge in some static form through language and symbols and so on has its limits. Yeah, and also in terms of human deductive reasoning. If you know Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that a deductive system can either only be consistent or complete, but cannot be both. So it's something like the complementary principle. in quantum mechanics and so on. So all this raises fundamental problems on whether knowledge can actually fully capture reality through symbolic forms. Yeah? And if it can't, then perhaps another way of representing reality is not only in cognitive terms, but also in artistic terms, which involves the full range of human sensory and emotional experience. Yeah? Now with that, I end the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hazim, for enlightening us with the philosophical foundation on significance of art science for cultivating the human potential to the full. And we just spoke to Prof. Azizan that we really need to compile all the papers and then make it as book chapters, because this is very impressive and important discourse that we need to have as a book, inshallah. So our final keynote speaker for today is a highly respected scholar who has dedicated her scholarly life to weaving together art and science, none other than Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Azizan Baharuddin. Even though she is well known globally, I would like to read her CV as it serves as an inspiration to all of us. Prof. Azizan Baharuddin received her Bachelor of Science Honours in Biology from the University of Tasmania, Australia in 1978, Master of Science, University College London in 1979, and PhD in Philosophy of Science from University of Lancaster, UK in 1989. She specializes in several areas such as environmental ethics, religion and sustainable development, Islam and science, bioethics, interfaith, intercivilizational dialogue. She has published more than 200 books, book chapters, monographs, journal articles, and newspaper articles in the above-mentioned fields, including books Harmony Between Religion and Science and Islamic Perspective, 2019, Environmental Ethics in Islam, 2018, Co-Editor of Islam and Ecology, a Bestowed Trust, 2003, and Environment, Values, and the Future of Civilization, 2013, and Islam, Buddhism, Eco-Dialogue, I bet, a book published by PDP. So for those who want to get this book, please make a copy, buy a copy outside. And Application of Religion and Science to Ecology and Sustainability, 2023. She is active in several governmental and non-governmental organizations connected with her areas of specialization, as well as being a member of various advisory and consultative committees for various ministries in Malaysia. She was appointed by the Prime Minister as the chairman of the National Committee for the Promotion of Understanding and Harmony Among Religious Adherents, JKM-PKA, from 2014 to 2015. Appointed by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation as chairman of the National Bioethics Council, 2014 to 2017. She was also appointed by the Director General of UNESCO as a member of the International Bioethics Committee in Paris from 2014 to 2017. Due to her works and contributions in the area of science and religion, she received an award from the Center for Theology and Natural Sciences, USA, in 2001. She was also awarded the Federal Territory Ma'al Hijrah Award in 2016. And in 2016, she also received the Langkawi Award from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment for her work in environmental education and activism at the national level and abroad. Recently, she received the National Ma'al Hijrah Award 2022, Icon of Science and Civilization from His Majesty the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. She was a lead member of the drafting team for the Islamic Declaration on Global Climate Change endorsed by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and submitted to the President of the 70th United Nations General Assembly, New York in 2016. She is also a member of the drafting team of UNEP's Al-Mizan, a covenant for the Earth Islamic ethics of the environment launched during the 6th United Nations Environment Forum in Kenya, February 2024. Penat Prof, panjang. Okay. Without further ado, please welcome Prof. Azizan to deliver her keynote speech on art science in the context of transformational sustainability leadership and concurrently provide the concluding remarks for this conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. My respected friends, Prof Hazim, Dr. Nuranita, the other presenters who are in the audience, and also colleagues from SGM and other organizations. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for still being here in body and in spirit, I hope. And actually, we are here, as we have heard from yesterday, to accomplish something that many people think is not easy, right? So with that introductory sentence, please bear with me if I struggle to sort of put things together at this point in time. But seriously, as we've also said, and as underscored or underlined or emphasized by Professor Aziz just before lunch, it requires the human inside us to come out. And I think from yesterday until today, and if you look at the program list, but by the way, we have a special program book which is accessible online, isn't it? If you scan our QR code, you can get the full program book so that you can see the list of abstracts and all of that. So I think we have been tremendously lucky and aided by the wonderful forces of the universe, in that the selection or the culmination of the 15-16 presentations that we have actually covers quite a good spectrum of art science topics that we need to look at today, which I think is sufficient to impress upon us and maybe our what do you call it, leaders in the respective universities that are involved in this program to think that, to have the courage and the vision, and that's not a condescending remark. Maybe what they need from us is support, and having this 2-day exposure to what is possible. I think we are in good stead to do something quite important in the future, inshallah. I also hold in my hand, before I start, this book called Nadi Community di Pinggir Sungai Pasangan, Pulse of a Riverine Community. I'd like to single out this book among so many other books because this is the product. It is one art science product created as a result or produced as a result of the work, the art science work done by our colleagues at now currently termed as the University Malaya Sustainable Development Center, Mr. Fadli there, Dr. Azizi here, and a few others. Yeah. So they worked with community and they empowered the community. And I think at the end of the day, what everybody wants to see is our actual engagement with the real people out there. Because it's fine to have knowledgeable people speak about what needs to be done, but we also have to learn how to engage in terminologies that are easily understood so that we move together forward. Because if you look around you, we still have problems with plastics, with waste. I shan't be very realistic about this, but you know what I'm trying to say. You know, just about any corner you see around you, you will wonder why. What does it take for people to understand that you don't simply throw rubbish anywhere you like? Okay, so I pick on something very, very simple there. So my friends who actually helped me to do this PowerPoint took the picture of the brain. Prof. Hazim spoke about the left brain, the right brain. It used to be quite a popular way of describing art science, isn't it? We've got the left brain, we've got the right brain, and we need to bridge them and all of that. And this is the physical science speaking to us about what we have. So if you go back to the title of the conference, this international conference regarding what is the state of the planet today, and that's why we have the terminology planetary health. We have the terminology keyword sustainability, right? And we understand that things have come to a head. Yeah, we cannot keep on churning more data on what's wrong, yeah, without us being moved towards doing something about it. So, as we also said briefly yesterday, pessimism is beginning to creep into the thinking and feeling of people. And natural scientists, physical scientists are actually writing in their, you can find this in the literature, they are calling out for the humanities, the social scientists, the artists, yeah, the arts people to come to the fore and assist. So maybe we still do not understand. Many of us, I think all of us here understand, but I think for many of our friends, family members, neighbors out there, they don't understand what is the significance of that term Anthropocene. So beginning about 11 years ago, everybody knows the planet undergo ups and downs in terms of climate, but in the last 11 years or so, 11,000 years ago, we have enjoyed a kind of stability. Yeah? And unfortunately, beginning since after the Second World War, things started to be on the decline because the rapid powers, the increased powers given to humankind through science and technology, which is not coupled with, which is not guided with ethical considerations. We will talk more about that. It has led to us actually becoming overwhelming forces of nature ourselves. It's not meteors hitting the planet. It's not extreme weather which are caused by natural phenomena that causes the changes. It's our own hands. If you look at that picture, and we don't have much time to elaborate and illustrate, but these are common pictures, and I think you can get the story from those pictures. So we are, whether we like it or not, agents of change, and we must every time we look at this scenario, ask ourselves, how are we party to those changes, and are we party to changes that are good or party to changes that are bad? Mind you, we are not standing here saying that we are the better ones. Sometimes we because of our own lifestyle, we inadvertently actually add to the problem. So now people are not only talking about carbon footprint, they're talking about water footprint and other things. Yeah, but that's the irony, isn't it? On the one hand, we say that we must not waste, we must be moderate, we must be considerate of nature and all that. But on the other hand, there are lifestyles that we're all familiar with that sometimes we also partake in, that actually add to the problem. So effects and impact of lack of planetary health. Yesterday, we really appreciate Professor Azira Hashim that spoke about the importance of language and communication. I think this is something that needs to be spoken about more. When you speak to when you speak about the science of planetary health, who is your audience? Would they understand this? Yeah, but many people, ini boleh pointer atas. Ada pointer? Tak ada pointer. It's okay. But to many people, money talks, right? So on the extreme right, some people may not be too worried about the calamities, but if you talk to them about how much is lost in terms of billions of ringgit to take care of climate changes and all that, they might pay attention. And on the left, you will see that just about all manners of diseases, okay, including now extremely of concern, mental health, is linked with our failure to have a good relationship with nature. And we saw this also from Dr. Mona's presentation. There's 9 areas that needs to be maintained in a balanced manner. And how many? 6 are already breached. Yeah. So we have virtually actually, to use local word lah, musnahkan alam sekitar tu. Musnahkan bukan sikit-sikit pula. Yeah, to all our friends out there, because we are live streamed. If some of our friends out there don't understand the Malay language that we occasionally lapse into, I think they can learn from this thing. And this is what I want to draw attention to. And this is linked to our topic, okay, art science. Why science needs the humanities to solve climate change. We also, in our conversations here and there, speak about the importance of having to lower our egos. Our problem is also disciplinary, or what you call it, intellectual haughtiness, kesombongan intellectual. When we are in a certain field, we feel that we know more, we know better than other people. So this is one impediment. And I think Al-Ghazali wrote a book on, she was talking about delusions, groups of people who are deluded. And one group of people, he said, who are disillusioned and deluded are those with knowledge. All right, so we have to be careful about this. Be specialists by all means, right? Because we all have to know, like Prof. Ng said this morning, be a polymath, yes, but be humble also. Realize that if you know one field, there are maybe 99 more that you're supposed to know and you don't know, and you need to have this relationship with other people, this ability to learn from others, to be reminded by others. And as I said, if some of our students lack topics for researching, they can research this kind of literature now. The need for us going beyond science and technology, and we can only create planetary health, not just by using science. Head stuff refers to the left brain just now, but we need social engagement, our heart and emotions, and our spirit. So we are all, some of us are scared to use the word religion, because religion has a bad connotation among some people. They don't like religion to be used, they don't like God to be used, but we need to be able to speak to one another about these concerns and issues. So this is why the Center for Civilizational Dialogue is there. That's why we need to dialogue. That's why people will say, what is dialogue? It's nothing much. Dialogue, you're just talking to each other. No, you don't understand. To be able to dialogue means you are prepared to listen and understand the other way of thinking, not just yours. And you must make efforts to make the others understand what you are talking about, where you are coming from. And this is attached with what we believe, our belief system, our worldview. Like very simple example, bukan nak show off cincin kan. If I show you this hand, right? If I ask you to describe my hand, you will describe it from where you are. What is it that you see kan? But that's not the way I see my hand. I see it from this. Right? So dialogue is that very easy, but yet not that easy situation where you are able to, oh macam tu. That's why she keep on repeating all those things, And me too. Oh, dia tak nampak itu kan? You understand what I'm trying to say? And that in itself is a science. Dialogue is a science. And it has its adab and ethics, the do's and don'ts, right? And do's and don'ts, adab, ethics, the simple analogy is on the road, right? If you see red light, what do you do? What you see yellow light, green light, and all that. So life for human beings actually need those kinds of regulations as well. So this is the issue. Prof. Hazim, he's an expert. He's very, very expert in terms of philosophy, deep philosophical argumentations and all of that. So this is discussed at the highest philosophical level or deepest philosophical level, but to the lay person, well, how do you actually say to him, you have to follow rules, you have to have, why do you have KPIs all the time? Except that KPIs, again, if you're not careful, KPIs can lead to injustices. So the word justice, compassion, mercy, right? All that does not belong to the science. Right? It belongs to whom? So as Professor Aziz so energetically explained to us, right? What for? What for? Purpose, meaning and purpose. And I think this is unique to human beings. Animals don't ask for purposes, right? I'm a banana tree, that's it. I don't try to be a papaya tree, right? I'm a turtle. No, I'm okay. I'm a sardine. People call me, I've got teddy bear shape, fine. You know, so my shape is teddy bear. So other people may have a guitar shape, it's okay. But if the guitar understands the specialties of guitar shape and sorry for, because that's the art side of me coming out, and I blame my DNA, okay? All right, so we are talking now of having to find ways to change behavior towards planetary health, towards environmental concern, kan? And this is not by me, this is by people who actually deal with behavioral change theories. Who are people who do this? Which discipline are they in? Psychology, right? Anthropology maybe. So when we say art, we have to demystify. I mean, we have to actually explain the arts contain who? Which disciplines belong to the arts? So this thing has to be made clear also. As Prof. We get her name confused with Professor Abriza. Prof. Azira Hashim said, she's in linguistics. She's talking about applied linguistics yesterday. Not many people have heard of applied linguistics. But she says, if you speak about something in scientific to lay people who don't have the basic knowledge of what you're talking about, it would just fall on deaf ears. So if you read the newspapers, what is it that people most concerned with? The price of fish, price of chicken, price of eggs. You don't have enough eggs, you don't have enough that. Do you blame them? No, you don't, of course, right? So we also must be very careful not to be pointing fingers, in the sense that things can be taken out of hand, because in this age of media platforms of many sorts, things are sometimes taken out of context, isn't it? So we are actually taking risks by live streaming our conference yesterday and today. So like always, we'd like to persuade everyone, to ask everyone's consideration. If there's something that we say in this conference that is not to your liking, that is not in line with your own political vision or something like that, please engage with us. So let's not do what people fear these days, that is taking things out of context and then selling those misunderstood ideas and creating more problems. Yeah? So what I say, I think, is something that is familiar with all of us. So where are we? Through this conference, where are we, do you think? I think we are at the pre-contemplation lah, for all those who are not too familiar with what we have been talking about, right? And then we need to contemplate. So when Prof. Aziz says, where's the human inside you? You want to be able to ask a question, what is the purpose of all this? What's the meaning of all of this? Kan? So when you ask about the meaning, kenapa nak buat semua ni? So that is a process of contemplation going on, right? So some Muslim people say they will talk about doing tafakkur, doing reflection, right? You have to reflect what is going on, right? And I think that is where values can come into the picture. Okay, once you understand the why and wherefore, and what your actual worldview, your self-belief system says you need to do, then you will be preparing what you need to do, right? And then hopefully you'll be taking action towards the right direction, towards sustainability. And then guess what? You need to maintain those good habits, right? But being human, we also relapse into the previous condition. So another thing is that this and the whole endeavor, Prof. Hazim has and all of us in this conference, they have their own expertise, their own favorite area where they like to research, right? The area that I like to research is science and religion, science and spirituality. Why so? Because for me personally, spirituality gives me the principles that I live by, I try to live by, to achieve a good and meaningful life, fruitful life, right? But so different people may have different degrees and all that, different interpretations, right? So it's always something important to me to ask a question of why. Kenapa nak buat ni? Kenapa nak kurang makan? Kenapa nak kurang guna air? Banyak je air, you know. I can still buy fish. Who says the ocean is polluted? There's still fish in Chapkit Road. There's still ikan kembung and sotong and whatnot. But then you must understand that each one of us are limited by our own personal experiences. Maybe you belong to a certain class whereby buying a kilogram of fish is no big deal, right? Buying a chicken a week or several chickens per week is no big deal. But there are people whose lives are not like that. So religion is about taking care of the rest of the people around us, the community, the others. So I think each religion, one thing I must say, please, if you don't like something that I say, or you think something that I said is wrong, please don't put me in the basket of pluralists. Right? I'm dealing with pluralism. Saya menyamakan semua agama. No, I'm not doing that. Okay? Or I'm a liberal. If you're a religious person, you say that I'm a liberal person because I try to make the religion sound less strict. So you see the problem with image of religion. Some people think that it's too restrictive. So there's a lot of issues. So I'm not simplifying things. I'm just saying that in general, we need to understand what we're doing, contemplate. We need to prepare and have the knowledge of what we need to do. And then we have to take action. We have to act on what we believe in. And then we have to maintain those good habits, right? And then if we relapse, we got to go back, right? So this is where, my topic for today was transformational leadership, right? So this is a little bit of research because everybody who comes to speak in this conference bring along some of the latest projects they're dealing with that is connected with the area of sustainability. So transformational sustainability leadership is one method that our colleagues in Malaysia are trying to materialize through the so-called National Planetary Health Action Plan. So Malaysia is very unique because it will be the first nation to want to have this national action plan. So we understand right from the beginning that we have to have a mandate. So the mandate was given by via the 12 Malaysia plan. So it's an official mandate. So the government realizes that the planetary health, physical, mental health, and human health cannot be uncoupled. They always have to be put together. And in particular, in Muslim Malaya, Center for Civilization Dialogue, Sustainable Development Center, and other colleagues from other faculties, we got together, those of us doing the research, to create this so-called sustainability leadership. Okay, so what we discovered in the research is that whatever it is that we want to talk about, it is at the end of the day art science knowledge. This transformational sustainability leadership, and there is a big role of belief systems or value systems, and then we all need the integration of capacity. So what I'm doing now is to put everything together, if you like, under the auspices of the word sustainability leadership. Because if you're not leading other people, who are you leading? Yourself. You have to be a leader to yourself, and this is the problem, because we hardly think of being a leader. And we think that being a leader is somebody out there. No. Okay. My wonderful friend over there, Mr. Abu Yami, he is a father. He has 3 children. He's a leader to his children, to his family. So are all of us. Sorry, me. Sebut nama Yami pula. And so are all of us. Some of us are leaders to our students. Some of us leaders to in our neighborhood and all, right? So how to actually realize that potential in the human being where he comes out to be the leader. That is not just any ordinary leader, but the leader that is doing his utmost to be sustainable or have sustainable impact. So we have, and Dr. Prof. Hazim, I apologize to him, he's the real expert here, but the issue of worldviews. we need to understand that how we deal or answer questions about reality comes under the purview of worldview, how we see the world. Who am I? What am I? You know, whilst I'm here, how do I live my life? So firstly, you need to know the what. What is the reality around me? So this world is all there is to the physicalists or materialists. Okay, so you fall into the philosophy of naturalism, and who will uphold this belief? The materialists, the atheists, and so on. And then there is another group of people. To them, there is more to this reality than our senses tell us. Macam tadi lah, how does an orange taste? Like an orange. Describe orange, please. You have to take the orange and put it on your tongue, and then you know what the taste of orange is. That kind of knowledge, right? So if you don't believe in the gaib, if you don't believe in the metaphysical, that is one simple analogy, right? So people who belong to that belief system, there's two groups. One who believe that the spiritual is the whole of reality, and everything is one. Okay, some people describe them as pantheists, but I would be very careful here. Because our friends in the audience may say, oh, aku punya religion masuk situ lah, masuk situ. No, that's not for anybody to judge. You understand? So this is just people, folks who want to categorize. Because human beings like to categorize, right? But understand that none of us belong to one. If you are a B40, be careful lah ya. I'm so scared that when you start labeling human beings, you siapa B40? You start to tell people who you are in those terms. What if I don't belong to anything? I'm an XX. I'm not in the category. That somebody mentioned, but indices, right? Happiness index, this and that. We keep on measuring, tetapi we forget the human being behind those measurements. So the important thing is that there are some of us, many of us, more than 80% of the world actually believe in some kind of belief system. So that is the most important thing, and that is your worldview. And we go back to this one. These worldviews actually translate also to some people into two main ones. One, the man-centered. That man is the measure of everything. Anything you want to understand, anything you want to do, you can just rely on your own thinking. So Dr. Mona yesterday described how some scientists feel that you just keep on doctoring the planet. If it gets hotter, you what lah aircon? I've forgotten what she said. She was some kind of engineering lah. But you must realize the science of the planet, how the planet works, may not actually be in favor of what you want to do to the planet. Like there is a limitation to how much cloud seeding you want to do because it involves chemicals and there are side effects, right? So when we say like this, we are not being condescending. Similarly, we still use plastics and all that, and so many things, and we all realize that the plastic somehow will get into our bodies. And the best thing is that even if the local newspaper says that our country is the fifth or whatever it is in the scale in terms of plastic consumption, nobody is bothered, right? Is anybody bothered? Tak ada? Anybody upset? No? Any puisi coming out of it? No? Right? So this is where for me the saddest thing is. You have this wonderful knowledge about the planet from science, kan? Tapi tak ada apa pun. Alright je. Pokok jatuh. Okay, tak apa. And we keep on trimming the trees like we are not supposed to. Sorry. Then, by his reason alone, he can know and solve everything. And resources are infinite. If you can't have it here, you go to another planet. Just think of that statement. Who is it that will go to the other planet? Right? How much money will it cost and all of that? And then, life-centered. Man is not the measure of everything. And reason need to be aided by values. You don't want the word revelation? Okay, values. Okay. But you still have to ask a question. What kind of values? So you have to sit down. I'm an atheist, boss. I don't subscribe to your religion. Fine. But what is it that is important based on the science to you? You want what? Enough oxygen, isn't it? You want the temperature to not go beyond 32 degrees centigrade. Kan? Kalau more than that is your feverish, right? And you put, Dr. Ratna. When you have a fever, you put a thermometer, kan? So, tell me, friends, remind me, demamnya temperature is what? More than 32, kan? 33 mean the thermometer shows to, Kan the normal is 32 and below, but gosh, 32 and above is not normal now. So we need to agree, and we mentioned this yesterday, all of us, whatever your religion is, your worldview is, to agree what are the crucial, commonly accepted norms, rules that we have to abide by, which we will use as a basis to move forward, to make use of art science, to find solutions for us. And then the material dimension is balanced with the spiritual dimension. So those people who quarrel with spiritual, what is spiritual? I can't see spiritual. I only believe what I see. Okay, can I ask you now, who is worried about the traffic jam after this? You're worried. Okay, so can you tell me what is the color of your worry? Can you tell me how many kilos and all that? Can you see? You see what I'm trying to say? So there are things that are unseen, which is there. And Prof. Hazim very civilizedly, in a very civilized manner, explained to us all those things just now. So what we need today is a kind of harmony between these two, taking the best from these two, worldviews. And the word religion come from religare, if I'm not mistaken, and it means being bounded to something, right? And some people quarrel. Yeah, they're spiritual, they like religion, but they don't like the ibadah part. Why is mayang 5 times a day? Once cukup lah. Because to maintain that state of being balanced and sane and all that, you need to do those. Just like now you're thirsty, what must you do? Don't drink until tomorrow. No, they say you fast only up to a certain time. So it's not just me saying this. You can read Karen Armstrong, you can read other scholars on the importance and the virtues and the, the needfulness of the things that you actually do repeatedly in the context of religion, which is the thing that many people don't subscribe to sometimes. So values today, this is a widely known situation where we are actually technological giants. Yes or no? Is 5G now? Tomorrow is 6G. So that? And so on and so on, right? So I won't ask what Professor Aziz said, what for, or this speed, you want to be very fast. To go where? Kan? I want to tour the whole world. Okay, should there be any limitations to the touring? Shouldn't you be considering, like if you go into a certain forest, only a certain number of visits should be allowed? Because you also say, because walking in the forest is a therapy. But if too many people enter the forest, okay, and destroy the forest, then there's no forest left, right? So we need to say, we have to curb our ability to conquer, because remember that picture right in the beginning just now, how we're actually changing the planet. So, but we are at the same time, unfortunately, moral midgets. So as we said yesterday, the word moral has to be unpacked. What is moral? What is being moral? What is ethics? Right? And the baseline similarity is doing good, doing something that is beneficial or not harmful, right? So I won't go into that because we don't have time. But in a normal society, we have the physical dimension. Yes or no? Okay, look at the buildings. Okay, what is the foundation for the building? The concrete, the cement. Okay. So is it possible that if we need 100 tons of cement down there, suddenly we just put in 95? Why? Because we want to make more profit. Then what happens to the building? It will collapse, right? So in the social part of the society, there are what you call social structures, right? So these are the languages, the symbols, the customs, the laws, the constitutions, and the institutions like financial, political, and all of that, education. And underlying that are other structures which are called cultural norms, assumptions, ethical moral framework, which, believe it or not, draw from our belief system. So value actually means belief. Okay, what do you strongly believe in? So this is where people start the quarrel. But that's your belief, it's not my belief. But now this is where we need the science to come into the picture. Okay, why is it that it's very important to keep the trees? Because they are sources of our nitrogen, oxygen. Because if you don't believe, you take the leaf and there are little holes in the leaf that actually produce oxygen that goes into your lungs. So you come breathing, if there's no oxygen, it won't work. Your lung cannot function. But by the same token, you actually give out carbon dioxide, right? So who takes up? Where does the carbon dioxide go to? Into those leaves again. And the leaves are green because of chlorophyll. What does chlorophyll do? Take the energy from the sun and process the water and minerals and whatnot to give you fruits, flowers and whatnot. Are you in charge of those processes? Do you see those processes? Itu bukan gaib ke? Isn't that metaphysical? Isn't that, in a sense, in the spiritual realm? Look at yourself. Why am I standing like this and this way and that way, and you too? Autopilot. Because otherwise your muscles were hardened. Yeah, and your circulation won't go. Yeah, and your heart and your kidneys and everything is doing its job. Who's piloting it? You are, we are on autopilot. Who's the pilot? So okay saja. So I'm not an ustazah, okay? Yeah, many ustazah, let them do their job. But I'm just saying, why is it so important to re-look at the human being, like Professor Aziz said, okay? And that's my job today, putting together and doing the sort of summary of what's happening. So take the human being. I think the science of the human being has to come back. Who are we? Who am I? What am I? Okay. Otherwise, this is why we are lured to taking vape, to taking, with due respect. I say this with the greatest respect to everybody. Okay. So why is it that you take substances that actually you say, I want to relax, I want to apa? Kenapa? Do you really need it? Seriously? Right? Do you need to consume things that actually take your sanity away? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So again, I'm saying this with the greatest respect to everyone. Just think, because we are here to think and give solutions. So just as on the left-hand side, your physical structures to be strong and sustainable have to be founded on foundations that are substantial and should be what should be. So in the social realm, we need strong beliefs, not to the degree that we actually impose our will on others. We are unjust to other people. Faham tak? So that's where the dialogue just now comes into the picture. And many scholars have talked about this. And Professor Said Hussein Nas is the if I'm not mistaken, also the teacher of Professor Osman Bakar, isn't it, Prof. Hazim? And he's a geologist who writes on the spiritual crisis of mankind, and he draws attention to the fact that we are actually undergoing what we are undergoing because we have lost the equilibrium between man and nature, and because this is due also to the fact that we are conquering and dominating nature like we are not supposed to. We can dominate, we can conquer, but not in a way that becomes unsustainable for the planet and for us. And who's quoting him? A professor who is not a Muslim. So let's not make our religious label, okay, an issue. Look at what is being said, look at the facts behind the statements, the reality, and then we move from there. And from the United Nations itself, the policymakers who are in charge of climate change are saying that the climate change is a moral issue, and that there is a great deal of role of religious leaders to make their followers change their behavior towards something that is sustainable. So there is a center called Sustainability Literacy Center in the United States of America. They have put these 4 pillars together, and this looks at the human being in the capacities that are all residing inside us, beginning with the cognitive, and then the heart, and then the hands, and then the spiritual. So some people are not comfortable with spiritual. They term that capacity as connectivity. So you can ask, connecting what to what? right? So it can, some people say connecting the human to the environment, some people say connecting the human to the environment, to the creator of the environment. So here we have to employ a dialogical way of looking at things. So we not only think about assessing the impacts of our efforts or our activities on the planet, but we also have to understand the ethical effects. And you have to think about that. And that's a logical thing to do, right? Because if I do this, if I chop down all these trees, there's be less oxygen. And they should feel the concern. When you listen to Gillian, are you still here, Gillian? I didn't see anybody crying yesterday, but I think a lot of hearts were softened when they saw her explanations and all of that. And art is a means to make your heart be captured by something, is it not? Right? And when we have the conversation, kenapa dia buang je? Dia tak rasa ke? Dia tak fikir ke? Then we think about how children are being raised and brought up. So this hard work, to get people to be at the level where they actually know their responsibilities and all that, you need training. You can just talk from the podium like this and think that the changes will occur. So our friends from SGM has many experiences here, I know. And then you have to find a connection with nature itself, and you have to have a sense of awe. Kan? And what is a sense of awe? And it cannot be a fake one, right? A sense of wonder, and this is where again belief systems can help us. When we go into outer space, we see that the universe is expanding and all of that. What is it that we feel? We feel awe lah. We feel awe, right? But for some people, I would like to believe and I assume the 80% who say that they have some kind of belief system, or less than 80%, those with the monotheistic kind of inclination, to them is a sign of the creation of the creator. Then all that is said in Revelation about the knowledge of the creator, the capacity of the mercy, the beauty and all of that, 99 names of Allah for the Muslims kan, come to the fore. So again, also somewhere in this conference, the word Madani comes into the picture. And I know quite a few of us still feel that we need to unpack the word Madani, but Madani in one simple way, one simple sense of understanding it, refer to the state of being civilized. And we hear about the VUCA challenges, right? Volatile, uncertain, confusion, apa satu lagi? Ambiguity, right? So, and we are here in post-normal time. So this is just a series of pictures, right? And why do I even show the abandoned baby? Don't you think something is really wrong when a mother actually does that? And we are here talking about being human. So how do you actually check that situation? Okay, you cannot simply say dia dah buat salah and then that's it. But the causes of that, could it be also economic injustices? Could it be, lack of education? Could it be the mother did not have sufficient biological information about herself? Yeah, I cannot go into details here, but I have been with people, friends in the NGOs. Some of the teens, the female teens, they don't know their body. They don't know pegang-pegang tangan je kot, like that. So I don't want to belittle the conversation to that level, but we're saying that when these things happen, we cannot say this is the responsibility of certain people. I think all of us are in this together, and we talk a lot about corruption. There are many types of corruption, and some people complain that why is it that the people who receive the corruption are always being punished? How about those who give the corruption? Why are they not being highlighted? So tak apalah, sama-sama fikirkan. So the planet is forming up, everybody knows that, and we are going to reach the limit very soon. And for some Muslims, they look at the Holy Book and they find verses like this that says that this happens because of man's own hands, right? So we suffer the consequences, so that we are made to suffer the consequences, so that we may think to go, we may be able to think that we should go back to what we should have, which is keeping the balance. Yeah? So this is our own research lah. You may appreciate, you may not, it's okay. If you don't like the right hand side, look at the left. Maslow did not belong to a particular religion. He was an anthropologist, sociologist, and also psychologist, I think. And he talks about how to get a human being to be properly human, you have to consider his needs, from the most basic right up to his needs for being self-fulfilled, right? And if you translate religion, which is spoken about on the right-hand side, okay, in this particular region, Islam, for example, why do they follow the Sharia? Sharia mainly means way, the path, right? And it comes from the root word, the way to a water source. What is water? Life sustainer. So, to Muslims, religion sustains your life. If you don't have religion, to the Muslim lah. Kita tak cakap dekat orang lain, right? So, if you translate that into this, if you put the two pyramids side by side, it makes sense what Maslow said. So, we're also talking about art, science, knowledge. This is science knowledge. That is art. Art, humanities. Under humanities comes religious studies, value studies, belief system studies. Okay, I'm trying to be objective here. But I realize that there are some people, when you speak about religion, no. Tak boleh. You cannot reduce religion too. So I really beg the pardon of friends who feel like that. Yeah, our friends who feel. But the idea here is, if we don't talk about this, then whatever Prof. Aziz said, you put development SDG in the center of it, the human being. And the human being is spiritual, no matter how you define spirituality. The non-physical, the soul. Why is it that Professor Lewis, is it Professor Harry Lewis, spoke about the excellence without a soul? Excellence Without a Soul, the book written by Professor Harry Lewis from Harvard, I think. So what soul is he talking about? How do you define soul? Professor Azim did not have the time to speak about the ghost in the machine theory, right, Prof? To explain the mind that the human beings have. So for Muslims also, they have to have a relationship, a good one, not just among themselves, man to man, but also man and nature, and also man and the creator. But my question is, my humble question, do we realize this? Do we realize this or not? If we don't, we have to start to make the realization there. And then, conventionally, people are already talking about the different types of intelligences. And people are now, through Michelle made, through this book, the Handbook of Sustainability Literacy, and other books, they are talking about how spiritual intelligence, you hear of IQ and EQ, right? Always. So, but spiritual intelligence is also now accepted as something acceptable. Why do I speak in such a language? Because for so long, the arts is considered less objective, less maybe true to reality, and all of that. So having a spiritual intelligence is having a strong belief in a power that exists, that is overseeing everything, that knows everything, and that is most merciful, and that is most just, and that will not allow the creation that is the human being go into a pit, okay, because of injustice on his part. Injustice is not a characteristic of that power. So there's so much more to be said, but where is the seed of that belief, that strong belief, that feeling of acceptance and tranquility? Where is the seed of that? It is the kalbu, the heart. So some people also argue, where is the heart? Is it here? But we all know we have one. Siapa tak ada hati sini, angkat tangan. Kalau dia tak ada hati, dia tidak akan kesian tengok Jillian punya tarian malam. Dia tidak akan bergegar-gegar tadi kan. Ada yang peluk-peluk Profesor Aziz, sorry. I mean, people were moved. Why were you moved? Because you have a heart, because you understand what is being said out loud, okay? And again, we can go into the literature, what is moral intelligence and all that, it is very important, right? So it is referring to laws regarding the rights and wrongs already laid down in the creation of man and nature and can be understood to be inevitable and unavoidable 2 minutes via science, right? So this is a key point. Just don't take all these things for granted. Research it. Find the scientific evidences for it. Be what you call it. Be convinced that it is what is necessary, and talk to others with mutual respect. Okay, about what needs to be done. So awe towards nature. Okay, and this one you can Google it. You can find it in the literature. This statement is not made by religious quote unquote people. It's made by scientists. What is it that drives them to do the research that they do? This sense of awe. Okay, susah sangat what is awe. Again, let's learn what awe means. Let's experience awe. And then for those of us in the Muslim tradition, this is very connected to tadabbur and tafakkur. That whatever we see, we relate it back to the force we believe that created it. Okay. We go through great pains creating things through our hands, and we marvel at it. But don't you marvel at these simple folks in front here? Look at the greens, the various combinations of greens. So again, I won't become Dr. Fong and do a poetry here, but for me, it's, I don't know, okay? So this is where because tak pandai, I'm not a true artist. But holding the leaf and knowing that in our tradition, all the creation in the sky and on the earth, they do tasbih, you know. They are doing litanies to the Creator. So for some of us, that gives more meaning and purpose and reason to maintain nature as it is. Because once nature is lost, the beauty is gone, we become ill. And this is already a scientifically proven situation. So this is the document Doctor was saying, Dr. Asma was talking about. So this is the second document written out by a group of Muslim scientists, theologians, in what do you call it, in consultation with climate experts at the United Nations. And you can actually find it also. If you are interested, you can share the link with you. And it's not unique lah. Other traditions also have, like Dato say. I think the Buddhists also have. I don't know if the Lotus Sutra actually speaks about nature per se. And this is the sustainable leadership. This final lah. After this we finish. So this research was done by a group in Cambridge, and they spoke to the CEOs of the major companies in the world, and they spoke about what is sustainability leadership, and they come up with this publication, and it's quite it makes a lot of sense. And if you look through, we don't have time here, it refers to both internal, external. It refers to having this capacity to actually be compassionate, altruistic. Those are not scientific terms. What is altruism? How do you measure altruism? How do you actually talk about being visionary? What is visionary in scientific terms? Right. So it's a false notion to separate art and science. And to be a real leader, you have to actually be master of. When I say master of, that means you have to have some good knowledge, and I'm sure my other friends. And finally, this book is being used by a lot of people today on how to enculturate sustainability literacy, and of course after that leadership. And if you look at what are the main strategies, right? They're all embracing art science elements, right? And we have to foster a new cultural worldview. So many of us, it's not, who am I? I'm like, no, each and every one of us, we are in the game. We are in the process. Say for the Muslims, well, us, the surah and us. We are in a loss. We are at a loss unless we have the faith and we berpesan-pesan. We remind ourselves and our friends of the doing of good, okay? And doing that reminding with patience, sabar. So this again, we have to download. To be spiritually advanced means what? What qualities you have to have? Patience, compassion. So is that so ridiculously alien? Me, I'm standing here as a Muslim, right? I ask my parents, Provisha, does that sound alien to you? Tak ada. You can accept that, right? So why can't we sit down and find those universally accepted values and move forward? But we need those values. Because when you go for more science, okay, you don't go for more science blindly. Dah more science to cost money. Right? And in this day and age, it's difficult. So again, at the Academy of Science Malaysia, they have decided that, okay, based on the belief systems of our many, many friends, these are the key planetary health perspectives that has to be embraced. And to do all that, we need the art science capacity, and that's it. Yeah. So in practical terms, some spiritual people have already looked at how they can enter. Yeah, I think Fazli spoke about this yesterday. Going into circular economy instead of linear economy, and if you couple that with some religious perspectives, it's philanthropy. Easily said, it's a kind of philanthropy and a wakaf, right? And this is very, because for some Muslims today, they like to hashtag Jannah. Jannah is syurga, heaven. So you're so sure already you want to go to syurga, I'm sure you will like this, because this is one of the means. Yeah. So this is where my kelakar and tak kelakar comes into the picture lah. So lastly, okay, scientists, I think who said this yesterday? Dr. Gillian. You must learn to be a public speaker. You have to learn to go into society and speak to communities. So kudos to our young friends here. So they went into the community and they trained the young boys, it's what, 10-year-olds, 6 to 12-year-olds. And they ended up being public speakers themselves. What did they talk about? The scientists taught them the value of their ecosystem, which is around what river? Selangor River, kan? Yeah. So, and this, we just see these pictures, but what is the story behind the picture? Why do these calamities happen? And how are we related to those calamities? So I think art, science, endeavor can afford to be talking about this. And that's it, darkness. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I'm supposed to be closing the conference, yeah? So I'm sure you believe, you are with me when we say that we don't close anything. We don't close anything. It's a semicolon, right? So we hope to see you again, and we really wish that you will pray with us. ICASAS 25 will come to the fore, kan? And I think every topic that has been discussed, especially architecture, the one and only architect, I believe there's another architect in the audience here, so more architects. So what is even better, I think, the architects group, you create a kind of, and then siapa lagi yesterday, the linguists group, the NGO group, SGM dia terror lah, dia memang agriculture, banyak. There's so many things, the education. What we can do, we do. So let's not look at other people and say what's wrong with what they're doing. Look at yourself. You buat apa? Here and now, I can clean up this table. Okay, just do that. Here and now, I can pick up the rubbish. Won't say where. Just do that. Here and now, I don't waste anything, kan? Okay, after that, I say thank you so very much to Encik Hanafi and his team from PTM. Dah padam dah semua kan? Oh, dah merah kan? Habis kan? Dah merah, habis lah. We are not live stream anymore. Thank you. Oh, Masya Allah. Thank you so much to Encik Hanafi and the management of University Malaya and also Institute of Advanced Studies. Yeah, thank you so much to Tan Sri Azman Hashim, Chair of Music, for enabling this conference to be here. And most of all, thank you so much to presenters, keynote speakers, and the participants, inside the hall and also out there. Please bear with us for all the weaknesses. Some things may not be up to your expectation. Sorry, we are just normal human beings. Least of all, when Dr. Asma read all that is just to inform what we are all doing. Yeah, so it's not meant to to show off or anything like that. And with that, I hope you will join me in wishing that everything we do here in the past 2 days will be blessed, ya. Dan dirahmati, diberkati, and we hope that it will multiply. The good out of this endeavor will multiply, insyaAllah. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening to everyone. Thank you. Shana cakap ke? Tak semua.
Alhamdulillah, finally we have reached the end of this conference, and I would like to express my gratitude to Prof. Azizan, first of all, for all her energy, hard work. She is very passionate to have this event, make it really possible to have it for these 2 days, Alhamdulillah, and with all the supportive efforts from the keynote speakers, participants, and our teams from UMCCD and also IAS and UMSDC, PTM, and all the volunteers that we may not mention their names. May Allah grant you the best reward. And inshallah, hopefully in the next opportunity to have this kind of discourse, we can still have our opportunity to present the good ideas on arts and science. So without delay anymore, I would like to ask Prof. Azizan to give token of appreciation to our keynote speakers, and also Dr. Noranita, the last presenter for today. Thank you everyone, and I apologize for any shortcomings from myself, and hopefully we can keep in touch from time to time. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Asmawati Muhammad for moderating the session. We express our deepest appreciation to our speakers throughout our conference. And of course, a heartfelt thank you also to our participants of our conference. So ladies and gentlemen, the event has come to its end. It has been an uplifting and productive day listening to all the sessions. We extend our sincerest gratitude to all once again. We hope you have gained a better understanding of art science, and also we hope you have made important connections during the day. So before I end our session, I would like to inform you that there are books in front here written and given by Dr. Visha, our speaker from the morning session. So the books are free of charge, so feel free to take whatever you want. Okay, so on behalf... Oh yeah. But the books outside are not free of charge lah. The ones yang Dr. Visha bagi, it's free of charge, so feel free to take. So to wrap up, on behalf of the organizing committees, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings or mistakes from our end. We look forward to seeing you again in our future events, inshallah. So all are invited for afternoon tea that is located in Bilik Semina across the hall. Have a safe journey home. Assalamualaikum, and thank you everyone. So everyone please come in front for photography session.
Itu ah.